Hey guys, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. Lately, I've been barely keeping my head above water financially. For the past 2 years, I've drifted from town to town, chasing job listings and cheap rent. Desperate, I finally sunk low enough to take a door-to-door sales job. It was something to do with water filters. I wasn't even sure if the company was legitimate, but they paid per sale, and that was all that mattered. After 3 days of having doors slammed in my face, I was feeling defeated. I knew I needed to try a different approach, so I headed into a rundown neighborhood with overgrown lawns and cracked sidewalks. The houses were small and dilapidated, with peeling paint and broken windows. An air of neglect hung heavy in the air. I just needed one more sale, I told myself. One more sale, and I could quit this awful job. The sun had started to set by the time I arrived at the last house on the block. I considered not bothering with it. One of the front windows was broken, with nothing but cardboard keeping the insects out. I regret ever going up the wooden front steps to knock on the door. A few seconds of silence passed after my short knocks. I had turned to leave when the door creaked open a crack. Inside was too dark to see the man's face fully. I was so surprised someone actually answered that I fumbled with the papers in my hands. "What are you selling?" the man asked in a deep, gravelly voice. "I'm with Clear Water's filtration systems," I recited, my voice as tired as I felt from being on my feet all day. "If I could have a moment of your time, I'd like to demonstrate how dirty your tap water really is." The man didn't move for a few seconds. He kept looking me over, as if assessing whether I was a threat. Finally, he opened the door the rest of the way, beckoning me inside. I hesitated, debating whether this sale was worth the risk. The gnawing hunger in my stomach, a constant reminder of my 2-day fast, made the decision for me. I stepped across the threshold, my gut churning with a premonition of danger. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of mildew and dust. The house was sparsely furnished, the bare floorboards groaning under the weight of my footsteps. The kitchen was almost empty, a stark table and 2 chairs its only occupants. A full knife block sat on the counter, its gleaming blades a stark contrast to the otherwise barren room. There was a microwave, a fridge, but no dishwasher, no plates, no mugs, not even a trash can. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "May I have a cup of water to test?" I asked, my voice echoing in the unnerving silence. My body tensed, a primal instinct warning me of danger. The man was taller than me, his frame solid and imposing. He looked well-fed, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger that mirrored my own desperate need for sustenance. It was then I realized my mistake. Weakened by hunger and exhaustion, I had walked into a trap. Instead of fetching a glass, the man lunged. I raised my clipboard in a futile attempt at defense, but he was too quick. A single punch sent me crashing to the floor, my nose exploding in pain. Panic seized me, my thoughts scattering like frightened mice. A year ago, I could have taken this guy. A year ago, I was a monster hunter, my body honed and ready for a fight. Now, weakened by hunger and neglect, I was easy prey. He grabbed me, his hands rough and calloused. I struggled, kicking and screaming, but he was too strong. He pinned me to the floor, twisting my arms behind my back with a sickening crack. My vision blurred with tears of pain and frustration as he slammed my head against the floor, the world fading to black. When I regained consciousness, my wrists were bound with a zip tie, the plastic biting into my skin. He hauled me to my feet, and I stumbled, my head swimming. I needed to escape, to fight back. As he dragged me across the room, I slammed my back against the counter, sending the knife block clattering to the floor. Several blades skittered across the linoleum, and I desperately grabbed one, the handle cold and reassuring in my bound hands. A weapon, but no way to use it. A sudden knock at the door made us both freeze. Hope flickered in my chest, but it was quickly extinguished when the man pressed the cold barrel of a gun against my temple. He forced me into a chair, his eyes promising retribution if I made a sound. I watched helplessly as he strode towards the door, his footsteps heavy with anticipation. Muffled voices drifted from the hallway, and I frantically worked at the zip tie with the knife, ignoring the sting of the blade against my skin. Just as I heard the lock click open, the plastic snapped, and I was free. But it was too late. The man returned, dragging another victim behind him. This one was different. He was young, with neatly combed black hair and a bright, dimpled smile that seemed out of place in this grim setting. He clutched a stack of pamphlets, the words "The Watchtower" emblazoned on the front. A Jehovah's Witness. Wrong place, wrong time. The newcomer's smile faltered as he took in the scene, the blood splattered on the floor, the gun in the man's hand, the terror in my eyes. "Is this a bad time?" he stammered, his voice soft and hesitant. "I can come back later." The man with the gun said nothing, his grip tightening on the newcomer's arm. As the young man tried to back away, he was shoved roughly into a chair, his pamphlets scattering across the floor. "Please," he begged, his voice trembling. "I haven't seen anything." "I won't." His pleas were cut short as the man swiftly bound his wrists with another zip tie. He was trapped, just like me. "I can't believe my luck," the man chuckled, his voice a chilling rumble. "Two products just walk right into my door. And here I thought I was only shipping one today. Now, behave. You're worth more alive." He glanced at the gun tucked into the back of his waistband, and I desperately calculated the distance between us. Could I reach him before he drew his weapon? Or should I wait for a better opportunity? Before I could decide, the Jehovah's Witness made a desperate bid for freedom. He lunged from his chair, knocking the table aside. There was a brief struggle, a muffled gunshot, and then the young man crumpled to the floor, his white shirt blossoming with crimson. My stomach churned. If I had acted sooner, could I have prevented this? The knife felt heavy in my hand, a useless weight against the overwhelming despair that threatened to consume me. Like I said, the man's voice cut through the silence. "You're worth more alive." He stepped over the body, his boots crunching on the scattered pamphlets. The gun was pressed against my cheek, its cold metal a stark contrast to the burning heat of my fear. "I'll make you a deal," he said, his breath hot and foul against my ear. "Call 2 people over here, and I'll let you go free." I stammered, my mind reeling. Who could I call? I had no one. And even if I did, what would stop him from killing them too? "Oh, come on," he taunted. "No one? A handsome guy like you must have a girlfriend. What about a relative or 2 you don't like?" I wasn't listening. My eyes were fixed on the body on the floor. It was moving. Slowly, silently, the young man was rising to his feet. "Turn around," I hissed, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm not falling for that," the man sneered. He reached for my pockets, searching for my phone. I shook my head frantically, pleading with him to just look. "Turn the hell around," I shouted. "There's nothing." His words were cut off as he finally turned, his eyes widening in horror. The Jehovah's Witness was no longer human. His body contorted, his limbs lengthening, his fingers morphing into razor-sharp claws. He scuttled across the ceiling, his movements impossibly fluid, his dimpled smile now a grotesque mockery of its former innocence. The man with the gun raised his weapon, but the creature was too fast. With a sickening crack, the man's wrist was broken, the gun clattering to the floor. He was flung across the room, his body slamming against the wall with a sickening thud. The creature turned its attention to me, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "Sit tight," it said, its voice a chillingly gentle purr. I needed to run. Now! But my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. The creature stalked towards the man on the floor, its claws glinting in the dim light. The man crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain. The creature loomed over him, its clawed hand reaching for his face. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to watch the gruesome scene unfolding before me. But the creature didn't strike. Instead, it spoke, its voice surprisingly gentle. "Who's your buyer?" it asked. "Is it Mr. Shark or someone else?" The man on the floor spat a curse, his face contorted in defiance. The creature sighed, its voice laced with a hint of amusement. "We could have done this the easy way," it said. "But you humans are so fond of making things difficult for yourselves." It produced a small, needle-like tube from its mouth, and I flinched as it plunged the tube into the man's eye. The man's screams echoed through the room, then abruptly ceased. His body went limp, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. "Such a shame," the creature murmured. "You had so much potential." It turned its attention back to me, its smile widening. "Now, where were we?" it purred. "Ah, yes. You were about to call someone." I shook my head frantically. "I don't have anyone," I croaked. "Please, just let me go." The creature tilted its head, its eyes gleaming with amusement. "Don't lie to me," it chided. "I can smell your fear. And I can also smell the lingering scent of your loved ones on your clothes. A mother, a father, perhaps a sibling?" I felt a surge of despair. It knew. It knew about my family, about the people I cared about. Call them, it urged. It's the only way to save yourself. I hesitated, my mind racing. Could I sacrifice my family to save myself? Was I that selfish? The creature leaned closer, its breath warm against my cheek. Don't make me wait, it whispered. I'm getting impatient. I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't do it. I couldn't condemn my family to this creature's clutches. Fine, the creature sighed. Have it your way. It raised its clawed hand, and I braced for the killing blow. But instead of striking, it gently stroked my cheek. You're a brave one, it murmured. I admire that. It leaned in and whispered in my ear. But bravery won't save you from what's coming. It stepped back, its smile widening into a grotesque grin. Enjoy your last few moments, it said. They'll be your most terrifying. And then it was gone. I was left alone in the room, the silence deafening. The body of the man lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes still open, staring accusingly at me. The pamphlets were scattered around him, their message of hope and salvation a cruel mockery in this den of evil. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped, surrounded by darkness and despair. The creature's words echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy of my impending doom. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A knock at the door. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Who could that be? Was it the creature returning to finish me off? Or was it someone else, someone who could help me? I cautiously approached the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Standing on the porch was a park ranger, his face etched with concern. Are you all right? He asked, his voice gruff but kind. I heard some commotion coming from inside. Relief washed over me. I was saved. I stumbled out onto the porch, collapsing into the ranger's arms. He held me close, his warmth a comforting contrast to the chill of the night. It's all right, he murmured. You're safe now. I clung to him, my tears soaking his uniform. I had never felt so grateful for the presence of another human being. The ranger led me to his truck, and I climbed inside, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. As we drove away, I glanced back at the house, its windows dark and lifeless. I knew I would never forget the horrors I had witnessed within its walls. But I also knew that I was lucky to be alive. The ranger took me to a nearby diner, and I gratefully accepted his offer of a hot meal. As I ate, I told him about the creature, about the man it had killed, about the terror I had endured. The ranger listened patiently, his expression grave. There have been reports of strange occurrences in this area, he said when I had finished my story. People disappearing, livestock mutilated. We suspect there's something out there, something we don't understand. He reached across the table and took my hand. I'm glad you're safe, he said. You've been through a lot. I nodded, my throat tight with emotion. The ranger's kindness and understanding were a balm to my wounded spirit. After I had finished eating, the ranger drove me to a nearby motel, or I gratefully accepted a room for the night. I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted but safe. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought about the creature, about its chilling words, about the darkness that lurked within its heart. I knew that I would never be the same. I had seen too much, experienced too much. But I also knew that I was strong. I had survived. And I would continue to survive. The dense, primeval forest of Yellowstone National Park held secrets as old as the towering pines themselves. It was a place of stark beauty and hidden dangers, where nature reigned supreme and man was merely a visitor. Park Ranger Ethan Miller knew this better than most. He had spent his life patrolling these woods, his weathered face a testament to the countless hours spent under the sun and stars. But even Ethan, with his intimate knowledge of the park's trails and hidden corners, couldn't have foreseen the chilling events that were about to unfold. It began with a whisper, a rumor carried on the wind. A group of campers had vanished without a trace, their campsite abandoned, their belongings left untouched. Ethan, a man haunted by a past tragedy that had left him wary of strangers and quick to suspect the worst, was assigned to investigate. He felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his gut as he set out, the silence of the forest pressing in on him like an unseen presence. The missing campers had last been seen near a remote cabin, nestled deep within the woods. Ethan had heard tales of this cabin, whispers of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena. Locals spoke of it in hushed tones, their eyes wide with fear and superstition. As Ethan ventured deeper into the wilderness, the feeling of unease grew, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling with an instinctive sense of dread. He found the campsite deserted, the tents flapping listlessly in the breeze, a half-eaten meal left on a picnic table. A sense of rawness permeated the air, a chilling dissonance that set his teeth on edge. Ethan examined the scene meticulously, his trained eye searching for clues, for any sign of a struggle or foul play. But there was nothing, only an eerie silence and the growing sense that he was not alone. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor, Ethan decided to press on. The cabin, he knew, was his only lead, the key to unraveling the mystery of the missing campers. With a heavy heart and a growing sense of foreboding, he set off into the deepening twilight, the whispers of the wind seeming to beckon him towards the unknown. The trail leading to the cabin was barely discernible, a narrow, winding path swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. Ethan pushed aside thorny branches and ducked under low-hanging boughs, his flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a primordial aroma that spoke of secrets long buried and forgotten. As he emerged from the thick undergrowth, the cabin materialized before him like a phantom. It was a ramshackle structure, built of rough-hewn logs and weathered planks, its roof sagging under the weight of years and neglect. The windows were dark, lifeless eyes staring out from the gloom. An unnatural stillness hung over the place, a silence so profound it seemed to hum in Ethan's ears. He approached cautiously, his boots crunching on the gravel path, the sound amplified in the oppressive quiet. The front door hung ajar, creaking rhythmically in the faint breeze like a mournful sigh. Ethan drew his service weapon, his heart pounding in his chest, his senses on high alert. He had the distinct feeling that he was being watched, that unseen eyes were following his every move. Stepping over the threshold, Ethan entered a world of shadows and decay. The interior of the cabin was dimly lit by shafts of moonlight filtering through cracks in the boarded-up windows. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by his flashlight beam. The furniture was old and decrepit, draped in cobwebs and shrouded in sheets. A musty odor hung in the air, a mixture of damp wood and mildew that tickled his nostrils. Ethan moved slowly, his flashlight beam sweeping across the room, searching for any sign of the missing campers. He found nothing but remnants of their presence, a discarded backpack, a crumpled map, a child's toy abandoned on the floor. A sense of despair washed over him, a feeling of hopelessness that he tried to shake off. He had to stay focused, he had to find answers. He noticed a door leading to what appeared to be a bedroom. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The room was small and cramped, the air thick with a suffocating sense of claustrophobia. A single bed stood against the wall, its sheets rumpled and stained. On the nightstand, a book lay open, its pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic writings. Ethan picked up the book, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar characters. A shiver ran down his spine, a feeling of unease that he couldn't shake off. He had the distinct feeling that he had stumbled upon something dark and sinister, something that was better left undisturbed. Ethan closed the book, a sense of unease settling over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the cabin held a dark secret waiting to be unearthed. He decided to venture outside, hoping the fresh air would clear his head. As he stepped out onto the porch, he was startled by the sight of 3 children standing at the edge of the clearing. They were young, no older than 10 or 11, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes white with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What are you doing here?" Ethan asked, his voice gruff with surprise. The children exchanged nervous glances, their bodies tense with apprehension. A girl with long, dark hair stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. "We saw you go into the cabin," she said. "We wanted to warn you." "Warn me?" Ethan frowned. "About what?" "This place is dangerous," a boy with freckles and a gap-toothed grin piped up. "People disappear here." Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you know about this?" he asked, his voice low and urgent. The children huddled together, their eyes darting towards the darkening woods. "We've seen things," the girl whispered. Shadows moving in the trees, voices whispering in the wind. "Don't listen to them," the third child, a smaller boy with a mop of blonde hair, whimpered. "They'll trick you." Ethan felt a growing sense of unease. These children clearly knew something, something they were hesitant to reveal. He knelt down, his gaze level with theirs. "I need your help," he said gently. "Can you tell me what you've seen?" "It's important." The children hesitated, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Finally, the girl spoke, her voice trembling. "We saw a man," she said. "He was tall and thin, with long, dark hair. He was watching us from the trees." "He had no face," the freckled boy added, his voice barely a whisper. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest. He had heard stories of faceless figures lurking in the woods, creatures of darkness that preyed on the lost and vulnerable. He looked at the children, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with terror. He knew he had to protect them, to get them out of this place before it was too late. A wave of dizziness washed over Ethan. The children's words echoed in his mind, their descriptions painting a chilling picture of a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows. He felt a growing sense of dread, a primal fear that gnawed at his resolve. He had always prided himself on his rational mind, his ability to remain calm and collected in the face of danger. But now, surrounded by the deepening darkness and the chilling tales of these children, he felt his composure slipping away. He glanced back at the cabin, its silhouette a menacing shadow against the twilight sky. The wind seemed to whisper through the trees, carrying with it an undercurrent of malice, a sense of impending doom. Ethan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, his hands trembling as he reached for his radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Miller," he said, his voice strained. "I need backup at the Whispering Pines cabin. I have a situation here." Static crackled in response, the signal weak and intermittent. Ethan cursed under his breath. He was alone, cut off from the outside world, surrounded by the encroaching darkness and the growing sense that he was being hunted. He turned back to the children, their faces pale and drawn in the fading light. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. "Now!" He led them away from the cabin, their small figures dwarfed by the towering trees. The forest seemed to press in on them, the shadows deepening, the silence growing more oppressive. Ethan felt his heart pounding in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He scanned the surrounding woods, his eyes searching for any sign of movement, any hint of the faceless figure the children had described. As they walked, the children's whispers filled the air, their voices weaving tales of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena. They spoke of shadows that danced in the moonlight, of voices that whispered secrets in the wind. Ethan listened intently, his mind racing, trying to make sense of their fragmented stories. He felt a growing sense of paranoia, a feeling that he was being watched, that unseen eyes were following their every move. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being led into a trap, that the forest itself was conspiring against them. The children's voices grew more urgent, their whispers turning to cries of alarm. Ethan spun around, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He saw nothing but the dense undergrowth and the towering trees, their branches swaying ominously in the wind. But he could feel it, a presence lurking just beyond his perception, a malevolent force that was closing in. Panic clawed at Ethan's throat. He pushed the children behind him, his body shielding them from the unseen threat. He raised his flashlight, the beam dancing frantically through the trees, searching for the source of his fear. But there was nothing, only the rustling leaves and the whispering wind. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Ethan whirled around to see the youngest boy, his face contorted in terror, pointing towards the cabin. Ethan followed his gaze and gasped. The cabin was bathed in an eerie glow, an unnatural light emanating from within. Shadows danced across the walls, contorting into grotesque shapes, their movements mimicking a macabre ballet. He felt a surge of adrenaline, his instincts screaming at him to flee. But he couldn't leave the children, not while they were in danger. He gripped his service weapon, his knuckles white, his heart pounding like a drum. "Stay close," he whispered to the children, his voice barely audible above the pounding in his ears. "And don't make a sound." He crept towards the cabin, his senses on high alert. The closer he got, the more intense the glow became, the shadows growing more menacing, their whispers more insistent. He reached the porch and peered through the open door. The interior of the cabin was transformed. The furniture was overturned, the walls scratched and defaced. Strange symbols were etched into the floorboards, glowing with an eerie luminescence. And in the center of the room, a figure stood bathed in the unnatural light. It was tall and thin, its limbs elongated and distorted. Its skin was pale and translucent, its eyes hollow sockets that burned with an infernal fire. And as Ethan watched in horror, the figure turned towards him, its head slowly rotating, revealing a face that was not a face at all, but a gaping void, an abyss of nothingness. Ethan stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. He had never seen anything so terrifying, so utterly devoid of humanity. He raised his weapon, his finger trembling on the trigger. But he hesitated. What could he do against such a creature? What weapon could possibly harm a being of pure darkness? The figure glided towards him, its movements fluid and unnatural. Ethan felt a wave of despair wash over him, a sense of hopelessness that threatened to consume him. He was trapped, caught in a nightmare from which there was no escape. A guttural growl ripped through the silence, the sound emanating from the creature's hollow maw. It lunged at Ethan, its elongated arms reaching out like claws, its touch promising unimaginable pain. Ethan reacted on instinct, firing his weapon blindly into the darkness. The shots echoed through the cabin, the sound deafening in the confined space. But the bullets seemed to pass right through the creature, their impact leaving no mark on its ethereal form. It continued its advance, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Ethan stumbled back, tripping over a fallen chair, his weapon clattering to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was cornered, trapped between the creature and the wall. He raised his hands defensively, his eyes wide with terror. The creature loomed over him, its form flickering in the unnatural light, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. Ethan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring, his senses overwhelmed. He braced himself for the inevitable, the creature's touch promising oblivion. But then, a voice cut through the haze of fear. It was Emily, the girl with the long dark hair. She stood at the doorway, her small figure silhouetted against the eerie glow. She held a small, wooden carving in her hand, a crudely fashioned figure of a bird. "Leave him alone," she shouted, her voice surprisingly strong. "He's not yours to take." The creature turned its head towards her, its hollow eyes fixated on the carving in her hand. It hesitated, its form flickering, its whispers fading. Ethan watched in astonishment as the creature seemed to recoil, its movements becoming hesitant, uncertain. Emily stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. "This is a place of peace," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "You have no power here." The creature let out a guttural moan, its form becoming more translucent, its glow fading. It reached out towards Emily, its claws grasping at the air. But then it hesitated again, its movements faltering, its power waning. With a final, agonizing cry, the creature vanished, its form dissolving into the shadows, its whispers fading into silence. The unnatural light that had filled the cabin extinguished, leaving only the pale moonlight filtering through the broken windows. Silence descended upon the cabin, heavy and absolute. Ethan stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat, his mind struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. The children rushed to his side, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and relief. "It's gone," Emily whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "You did it." Ethan looked at them, their small figures trembling in the aftermath of the encounter. He felt a surge of protectiveness, a fierce determination to shield them from the horrors of the world. He knelt down, his gaze meeting theirs. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice rough with emotion. The children nodded, their eyes shining with a newfound respect. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that defied explanation. But they had also witnessed courage, the unwavering resolve of a man facing the unknown. Ethan helped them gather their belongings, his movements slow and deliberate. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion, a weariness that settled deep in his bones. He had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back. But he had emerged from the darkness, his spirit unbroken, his resolve strengthened. As they made their way back through the forest, the first rays of dawn began to pierce the canopy, casting a golden glow upon the path ahead. The children walked beside him, their footsteps light and carefree, their voices filled with the innocence that had been so nearly extinguished. Ethan glanced back at the cabin, its silhouette fading into the morning mist. He knew that the darkness still lingered there, a malevolent presence waiting for its next victim. But he also knew that he had faced it, and he had survived. He had protected the innocent, and he had emerged from the encounter with a newfound understanding of the depths of human strength and resilience. He would continue to patrol these woods, his vigilance unwavering, his resolve unshaken. He would be the guardian of the forest, the protector of the innocent, the shield against the darkness that lurked in the shadows. And he would never forget the night he faced the whispering pines, the night he stared into the abyss and emerged victorious. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows that danced and receded with every gust of wind. Ethan and the children emerged from the forest, blinking in the sudden brightness. They had reached the edge of the park, the familiar sights and sounds of civilization a welcome contrast to the eerie silence of the deep woods. Ethan watched as the children were reunited with their relieved parents, their tearful embraces a testament to the harrowing ordeal they had endured. He felt a pang of sadness as he realized that their lives would forever be marked by the events of the past night. They had faced the darkness, and they had emerged victorious, but the scars of the encounter would likely remain. He turned to leave, his footsteps heavy with the weight of his own experiences. He had faced his own demons in the depths of the whispering pines, confronting the fears and anxieties that had haunted him for years. The encounter had tested his courage, his resolve, and his faith in humanity. But it had also revealed a strength within him that he never knew he possessed. He thought of the faceless creature, its malevolent presence a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world. He knew that such evil could never be truly vanquished, that it would always find new ways to manifest itself, to prey on the vulnerable and the unsuspecting. But he also knew that there was good in the world, a resilience of the human spirit that could withstand even the darkest of times. He had seen it in the eyes of the children, in their unwavering courage and their unwavering faith in him. He had seen it in his own reflection, in the depths of his own resolve. He would carry the scars of the whispering pines with him, a reminder of the darkness he had faced and the strength he had found within himself. He would continue to protect the innocent, to stand guard against the shadows, to be a beacon of hope in a world that often seemed shrouded in darkness. For he knew that even in the face of unimaginable horror, the human spirit could endure, and even in the darkest of nights, the dawn would eventually break. The rusty sign creaked in the wind, its faded letters barely discernible, Whispering Pines Cemetery. I pulled my Jeep off the narrow, gravel road and onto the overgrown shoulder, intrigued. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forgotten graveyard. Crimson and gold leaves swirled around the weathered tombstones, a macabre dance in the twilight. As a photographer with a fascination for the forgotten and forlorn, I couldn't resist the allure of this desolate place. Stepping out of the car, the crisp autumn air sent a shiver down my spine. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. A sense of profound stillness hung over the cemetery, a silence so deep it felt almost sacred. I grabbed my camera bag and ventured through the crumbling stone gates, eager to capture the haunting beauty of this hidden world. The cemetery was small, maybe an acre at most, with rows of time-worn headstones stretching out before me. Many were cracked and tilted, their inscriptions eroded by years of wind and rain. Angels with broken wings and crosses draped in moss stood sentinel over the forgotten souls. I wandered among them, my camera clicking softly, documenting the melancholic poetry of decay. As I moved deeper into the graveyard, I noticed a peculiar pattern. The older graves, dating back to the 1800s, bore the names and dates of the deceased. But the newer ones, from the early 1900s onward, were strangely blank. Just smooth, gray slabs with no markings whatsoever. It was as if the identities of those buried here had been deliberately erased. A flash of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see a figure standing by a lone oak tree. He was tall and thin, with a shock of white hair and piercing green eyes. He wore a long, dark coat that billowed in the breeze, giving him an almost spectral appearance. He seemed to materialize from the shadows, a guardian of this forgotten place. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach or retreat. There was something unsettling about him, an aura of mystery that both intrigued and intimidated me. But curiosity won out, and I slowly made my way towards him, my camera held protectively in front of me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. He turned towards me, his gaze intense. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice low and raspy. "I'm just a photographer," I replied, trying to sound casual. I was admiring the cemetery. He shook his head slowly. "This is not a place for the living," he said. "It's a place of whispers." A shiver ran down my spine. Whispers? What did he mean? I felt a growing sense of unease, a prickle of fear that I couldn't shake off. But I was also captivated, drawn in by the mystery of this place and the enigmatic man who seemed to guard its secrets. "What kind of whispers?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me then, his green eyes piercing. "The whispers of the dead," he said. "And something else, something older, something darker." His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. A wave of goosebumps erupted over my skin, and I instinctively took a step back. The whispers of the dead, and something older, something darker. The phrase echoed in my mind, sending a thrill of fear and fascination through me. I don't understand," I stammered, clutching my camera tighter. The man remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the darkening horizon. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he gestured towards the rows of tombstones. "Look closer," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you see?" I followed his gaze, scanning the weathered stones. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. But then, as my eyes adjusted to the fading light, I noticed a disturbing detail. The newer graves, the ones with no names, were arranged in a distinct pattern. They formed a circle around the oldest part of the cemetery, a silent ring of anonymity. "What does it mean?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He shrugged, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "No one knows for sure," he replied. "But there are stories, legends passed down through generations." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "They say this cemetery was built on sacred ground," he explained. "A place where the veil between the worlds is thin. A place where the spirits of the dead linger." He paused, letting his words sink in. I felt a shiver run down my spine, not entirely from the cool evening air. The atmosphere in the cemetery had shifted, grown heavier, charged with an unseen energy. "And the whispers?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me then, his green eyes piercing. "They say the whispers are the voices of the forgotten," he said. "Those who were buried here without a name, without a marker to remember them by. Their souls are restless, trapped between worlds." He reached out and touched a nearby headstone, his fingers tracing the faded inscription. "They whisper to those who can hear them," he continued. "They tell stories of the past, of the lives they lived, the loves they lost. And sometimes they whisper warnings of the future." I stared at him, captivated by his words. Was he serious? Or was this just a spooky tale, a way to scare off curious visitors? But there was something in his eyes, a conviction that I couldn't ignore. "Have you heard them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded slowly. "I've heard them," he replied. "And they've told me things I wish I didn't know." He turned away then, his gaze fixed on the darkening sky. "You should go now," he said, his voice distant. "It's not safe here after dark." I hesitated, wanting to ask more, to delve deeper into the mystery of this place. But something in his tone, a sense of urgency, told me to heed his warning. I turned and walked back towards the gates, the whispers of the dead echoing in my ears. The Whispering Cemetery, page 3. Keywords: graveyard superstitions, unease, foreboding, chilling discoveries, supernatural presence. The man's warning echoed in my mind as I hurried back to my jeep. The sun had vanished completely, and the cemetery was shrouded in an eerie twilight. Shadows danced among the tombstones, and the wind seemed to whisper secrets I couldn't quite decipher. I glanced back at the man, but he had disappeared into the gloom. Despite the growing darkness and the unsettling encounter, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This wasn't just an ordinary graveyard. It was a place of mystery, a place where the veil between the worlds seemed thin. I knew I had to return. The next morning, I packed a backpack with supplies, a flashlight, a notebook, a compass, and a few snacks, and headed back to Whispering Pines. The morning mist clung to the graveyard, giving it an ethereal quality. The air was crisp and still, the silence broken only by the occasional chirp of a bird. I started by exploring the older section of the cemetery, where the graves bore names and dates. Many of the families were familiar, names I recognized from local history books and faded newspaper clippings. I took photos of the more ornate headstones, admiring the intricate carvings and the heartfelt epitaphs. As I moved towards the newer section, the atmosphere changed. The air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over me. The blank headstones, arranged in their silent circle, seemed to exude an aura of forgotten sorrow. I knelt before one of the unmarked graves and ran my fingers over the smooth, cold stone. Who was buried here? What was their story? Why had their identity been erased? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the cemetery, sending leaves swirling around me. I heard a faint whisper, a sigh carried on the breeze. I froze, listening intently, but the sound was gone. A trick of the wind, I told myself, though a prickle of unease remained. I stood up and continued my exploration, drawn to the center of the circle of nameless graves. There, in the very heart of the mystery, stood a single, ancient oak tree. Its branches were gnarled and twisted, reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground beneath it was bare, devoid of any vegetation. As I approached the tree, I noticed a small, wooden box nestled among its roots. It was old and weathered, its hinges rusted shut. Curiosity piqued, I knelt down and tried to pry it open. The wood creaked and groaned, but the box remained stubbornly sealed. Just as I was about to give up, I heard a voice behind me. "Don't touch that." I whirled around to see the man from the previous day standing a few feet away. His green eyes glinted in the shadows, and his expression was stern. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "Someone who knows the secrets of this place," he replied, his voice low and resonant. "And someone who knows you shouldn't be here." I stared at him, a mixture of fear and fascination swirling within me. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Secrets. Warnings. The whispers of the dead. This cemetery was clearly more than just a resting place for the departed. It was a gateway to something ancient and unknown. "What do you know about this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He stepped closer, his green eyes boring into mine. "More than you could possibly imagine," he replied, his voice low and resonant. This cemetery has been in my family for generations. We are its guardians, its protectors. Guardians? I repeated, intrigued. Protectors of what? He hesitated, then glanced towards the circle of nameless graves. Of the secrets that lie buried here, he said, his voice barely audible. Secrets that should never be unearthed. He turned back to me, his expression grave. You must leave this place, he said. It's not safe for you here. I felt a surge of defiance. But I want to know more, I insisted. About the whispers, about the secrets. He shook his head slowly. Some things are best left unknown, he said. The knowledge you seek could destroy you. But why? I pressed. Why is this place so dangerous? He sighed, a look of weariness crossing his face. This cemetery is a nexus, he explained. A point where the veil between the worlds is thin. The spirits of the dead are restless here, their whispers echoing through the ages. And there are other things, older things, that dwell in the shadows. He reached out and touched my arm, his touch surprisingly gentle. You are not meant to be here, he said, his voice filled with concern. This place will consume you, twist your mind, steal your soul. I shivered, his words sending a chill down my spine. But I couldn't deny the allure of the unknown, the yearning to unravel the mysteries of this place. Please, I begged. Tell me more. I need to understand. He hesitated, then nodded slowly. Very well, he said. But be warned, once you hear the whispers, you can never unhear them. They will haunt your dreams, whisper in your ear, and guide your every step. He led me deeper into the cemetery, towards the ancient oak tree at the center of the circle of nameless graves. The air grew colder as we approached, and the whispers on the wind seemed to intensify. I felt a sense of foreboding, a premonition that I was stepping into a world beyond my comprehension. This tree is the heart of the cemetery, he explained, his voice hushed. It's where the whispers are strongest. And it's where the secrets are buried. He knelt down and brushed away the leaves at the base of the tree, revealing a small, stone tablet. It was covered in strange symbols, intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. These are the runes of the elder things, he said, his voice filled with awe. They tell the story of this place, of its origins, and its purpose. He looked at me then, his green eyes piercing. Are you sure you want to know more? He asked. The truth may be more terrifying than you can imagine. I stared at the runes, a shiver tracing its way down my spine. They seemed to writhe and pulse with an energy I couldn't comprehend. An unsettling feeling crept over me, a sense of being watched, of being judged by unseen eyes. What do they mean? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man, whose name I still didn't know, knelt beside me, his gaze fixed on the stone tablet. They tell the story of the elder things, he explained, his voice hushed with reverence. Beings that existed long before humans walked this earth. They are the guardians of this place, the keepers of its secrets. He pointed to a particular symbol, a spiral with a series of radiating lines. This is the symbol of the wisps, he said. They are the spirits of the forgotten, those who were buried here without a name, without a marker to anchor their souls. The whispers I heard. I began, a sudden realization dawning on me. He nodded. The whispers are their voices, he confirmed. They are trapped here, bound to this place by the elder things. They yearn for recognition, for remembrance. They seek to connect with the living, to share their stories, their sorrows. He looked at me then, his green eyes intense. But beware, Elena, he warned. The wisps are not benevolent spirits. They are drawn to the living, to the warmth of our souls. They can whisper secrets, yes, but they can also steal memories, drain your life force, and leave you an empty shell. I felt a chill run down my spine, despite the mild autumn air. The cemetery seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening, the whispers intensifying. I could almost feel their presence, cold and ethereal, brushing against my skin. Why are they here? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. They are bound to this place, he explained. Trapped by the pact made between the elder things and the founders of this cemetery. He paused, his gaze drifting towards the circle of nameless graves. The founders sought immortality, he continued, his voice barely above a whisper. They made a deal with the elder things, offering their names, their identities, in exchange for eternal life. But why the nameless graves? I asked, confused. The elder things feed on memories, on identity, he explained. By erasing the names of the deceased, they sever the connection between the souls and the living world, trapping them here as wisps. He looked at me then, his expression grave. The founders paid a terrible price for their immortality, he said. They became guardians of this place, bound to protect the secrets of the elder things for all eternity. He reached out and took my hand, his touch surprisingly warm. You must leave this place, Elena, he pleaded. The wisps are drawn to you. They sense your curiosity, your yearning for knowledge. They will try to lure you deeper into their world. I hesitated, torn between fear and fascination. But his words struck a chord within me, a primal fear of the unknown. I nodded slowly, realizing the truth in his warning. I'll go, I said, my voice barely a whisper. He squeezed my hand gently, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Thank you, he said. Now, come. I'll lead you out of here. He turned and started walking towards the gates, his long coat billowing behind him. I followed close behind, my gaze darting nervously from shadow to shadow. The whispers seemed to grow louder as we walked, swirling around me like a vortex of forgotten voices. As we reached the gates, I glanced back at the cemetery, a sense of dread washing over me. I knew I would never forget this place, the whispers of the dead, the secrets of the elder things. And I knew I would never be the same. The walk back to the gates felt longer than before, each step heavy with a growing sense of dread. The whispers seemed to intensify, swirling around me like unseen spirits, their voices a cacophony of forgotten sorrows. I glanced nervously over my shoulder, half expecting to see ghostly figures emerge from the shadows. But the guardian, as I now thought of him, remained by my side, a silent protector against the unseen forces that surrounded us. He didn't speak, but his presence was reassuring, a beacon of strength in the encroaching darkness. As we reached the gates, he paused, his green eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. "You must never return here, Elena," he said, his voice low and urgent. "This place is not for the living. It will consume you, drain your life force, and leave you a hollow shell." I nodded, my heart heavy with a strange mixture of disappointment and relief. I had glimpsed the secrets of whispering pines, felt the touch of the supernatural, and heard the whispers of the forgotten. But I also knew that this place was dangerous, a place where the boundaries between the worlds were blurred, and the spirits of the dead roamed free. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice barely audible, "for showing me the truth." He nodded slowly, then turned and walked back into the cemetery, disappearing into the shadows like a phantom. I watched him go, a sense of loss washing over me. I had barely known him, yet I felt a strange connection to him, a kinship forged in the face of the unknown. I turned and walked towards my jeep, the whispers fading with every step. As I drove away, I glanced back at the cemetery, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it a faint whisper, a final farewell from the forgotten souls of whispering pines. But even as I drove away, I knew that I wouldn't be able to stay away for long. The mystery of the cemetery, the secrets of the elder things, and the enigmatic guardian had woven their spell on me. I was drawn to this place, to its haunting beauty and its chilling secrets. I knew I would return, despite the warnings, despite the dangers. The next day, I found myself drawn back to the local library, poring over old history books and local folklore collections. I searched for any mention of whispering pines, any clue that might shed light on its mysteries. I found a few scattered references, vague mentions of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances. But nothing concrete, nothing that could explain the blank headstones, the whispers, or the runes of the elder things. As I delved deeper into my research, I stumbled upon a legend, a story passed down through generations of Appalachian folklore. It spoke of a hidden valley, a place where the veil between the worlds was thin, and ancient beings held sway. It was said that those who ventured into the valley were never seen again, their souls lost to the whispers of the forgotten. Could this be the valley where Whispering Pines was located? Was the legend true? And if so, what role did the Guardian play in this ancient story? I knew I had to find out. I had to return to Whispering Pines, to confront the Guardian, to unravel the secrets of the cemetery, and to face the whispers of the dead. Despite the Guardian's warning, the pull of Whispering Pines was too strong to resist. A few days later, I found myself driving back up the winding mountain road, a mix of apprehension and excitement churning in my stomach. This time, I came prepared. Not with weapons or protective charms, but with offerings. I had read somewhere that ancient cultures would leave gifts for the spirits of the dead, a way to appease them, to show respect. It seemed like a long shot, but I was willing to try anything to gain a deeper understanding of this place. I parked my Jeep a short distance from the cemetery gates, not wanting to disturb the stillness with the sound of the engine. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the overgrown path, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I gathered my offerings, a handful of wildflowers, a small crystal, and a piece of amethyst, and approached the gates. As I stepped onto the grounds, a sense of familiarity washed over me. It was as if the cemetery itself welcomed me back, its silent embrace both comforting and unsettling. I made my way to the ancient oak tree at the center of the nameless graves, the spot where the guardian had shown me the runes of the elder things. I knelt before the tree, placing my offerings at its base. "I come in peace," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I seek understanding, not harm." A gust of wind swept through the branches, sending leaves swirling around me. I felt a chill, a sudden drop in temperature that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a vortex of forgotten voices. I closed my eyes, focusing on the energy of the place, trying to connect with the spirits of the forgotten. And then I saw them. Faint, translucent figures emerged from the shadows, their forms flickering like candle flames in the breeze. They were the wisps, the spirits of the nameless dead, their faces obscured by the mists of time. They moved slowly, gracefully, their movements almost hypnotic. I watched them, mesmerized, my fear momentarily forgotten. They seemed to dance around the oak tree, their whispers growing louder, their voices merging into a haunting chorus. I felt a pull towards them, a yearning to join their spectral dance, to lose myself in their world of forgotten memories. But then I remembered the guardian's warning. The wisps were not benevolent spirits. They were drawn to the living, to the warmth of our souls. They could steal memories, drain life force, and leave you an empty shell. I took a step back, breaking the spell. The wisps seemed to notice my retreat, their movements becoming more frantic, their whispers turning into a mournful wail. I felt a cold touch on my arm, a ghostly caress that sent shivers down my spine. I turned and ran, fleeing from the oak tree, from the wisps, from the heart of the cemetery. I didn't stop running until I reached the gates, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stumbled out onto the road, collapsing onto the gravel, my heart pounding in my chest. I had seen the wisps, felt their touch, heard their whispers. And I knew that I was in danger. I didn't return to Whispering Pines for a week. The encounter with the wisps had shaken me, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease and a gnawing fear that I couldn't quite shake off. But the cemetery continued to haunt my thoughts, its mysteries beckoning me like a siren's call. One crisp October afternoon, I found myself driving back up the mountain road, drawn by an irresistible force. This time, I wasn't seeking answers or offering gifts. I simply wanted to see the guardian again, to feel the strange comfort of his presence in this unsettling place. As I approached the cemetery gates, I noticed a figure sitting on a weathered bench beneath the ancient oak tree. It was the guardian, his head bowed, his long coat draped around him like a shroud. He looked weary, his shoulders slumped with a weight that seemed to transcend the physical. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach. But something in his posture, a vulnerability I hadn't seen before, compelled me forward. I walked slowly towards him, my footsteps crunching on the gravel path. He looked up as I approached, his green eyes meeting mine with a mixture of surprise and relief. "Elena," he said, his voice hoarse. "You returned." I couldn't stay away, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded slowly, a faint smile touching his lips. "I knew you would," he said. "This place has a way of drawing people in." He gestured towards the bench beside him. "Sit," he invited. "Tell me what brings you back." I sat down, feeling a sense of calm settle over me. Despite the eerie atmosphere of the cemetery, the guardian's presence was strangely reassuring. It was as if he held the darkness at bay, a solitary protector against the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. "I saw them," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "The wisps." He nodded, his expression grave. "I know," he said. "They are drawn to you, Elena. They sense your curiosity, your connection to this place." "Why me?" I asked, my voice filled with confusion. "Why are they so interested in me?" He hesitated, then looked at me with an intensity that made my heart skip a beat. "Because you are different," he explained. "You can see them, hear them, feel their presence. You are a bridge between the worlds, Elena. A conduit for the whispers." I shivered, his words sending a chill down my spine. A bridge between the worlds. A conduit for the whispers. The phrases echoed in my mind, their meaning slowly sinking in. "But why?" I pressed. "Why me?" He shook his head slowly. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I believe you have a role to play in this place, Elena. A purpose that is yet to be revealed." He reached out and took my hand, his touch sending a warmth through my body. "Be careful, Elena," he warned. "The wisps are dangerous. They will try to lure you deeper into their world, to consume your soul." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew he was right. I had felt the pull of the wisps, the seductive whisper of their voices. But I also felt a growing connection to the guardian, a sense of trust and understanding that transcended the fear. "I'll be careful," I promised. He smiled then, a genuine smile that lit up his face. "I believe you will," he said. "You are stronger than you think, Elena." A strange sense of camaraderie blossomed between us in the ensuing weeks. I visited the cemetery almost daily, drawn not just by the mystery but by the quiet companionship I found with the guardian. We would sit on the weathered bench beneath the ancient oak, sharing stories and silences, our conversations weaving a tapestry of shared understanding. He told me about his family history, about generations of guardians who had watched over Whispering Pines, protecting its secrets and warding off those who sought to exploit its power. He spoke of the pact made with the elder things, the price paid for immortality, and the burden of responsibility that weighed heavily on his shoulders. I, in turn, shared my own story, my fascination with the forgotten and forlorn, my yearning to understand the mysteries of the world. He listened patiently, his green eyes filled with a wisdom that seemed to transcend his years. As Halloween approached, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. The guardian grew more somber, his gaze often drifting towards the circle of nameless graves. He spoke of the wisps with a mixture of reverence and fear, warning me of their growing power during this time of year, when the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest. "They will be restless," he said, his voice low and urgent. "They will seek to break free from their bonds, to reclaim their lost identities." He told me of a ritual that took place every Halloween night, a tradition passed down through generations of guardians. He would venture into the heart of the cemetery, to the ancient oak tree, and offer a tribute to the elder things, a plea for balance and protection. It is a dangerous ritual, he admitted, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. But it is necessary. It is the only way to keep the wisps at bay, to maintain the delicate balance between the worlds. He looked at me then, his gaze intense. You must not come to the cemetery on Halloween night, Helena, he warned. The wisps will be at their strongest, their hunger insatiable. They will sense your presence, your connection to this place, and they will try to claim you as their own. I nodded, my heart heavy with a premonition of danger. I knew he was right. The cemetery held a dark power, a force that I couldn't fully comprehend. And I knew that Halloween night would be a time of reckoning, a night when the veil between the worlds would lift, and the secrets of Whispering Pines would be revealed. Halloween night was suffocating. A thick fog, heavy and cold, clung to the mountains, swallowing the world beyond the windshield. The road to Whispering Pines was a tunnel of gray, the only sounds the rhythmic swoosh of the wipers and the occasional crackle of a branch under the tires. I hadn't planned on coming, but the guardian's warnings, his obvious fear, had gnawed at me all day. Something felt wrong. The cemetery gates loomed out of the fog like a skeletal hand beckoning me forward. A shiver ran down my spine, an instinctive prickle of unease. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet. My flashlight beam cut through the swirling mist, illuminating the path. Each step I took was hesitant, the silence amplified by the oppressive fog. The wind whispered through the trees, a mournful sound that seemed to claw at my nerves. Then I saw it. A figure slumped against the ancient oak tree, its limbs at unnatural angles. The guardian. I rushed forward, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, the metallic scent grew stronger, and I realized what it was. Blood. The guardian's head lolled to the side, his eyes wide and glassy. His throat had been brutally slashed, a gaping wound that oozed crimson onto the damp leaves. His hand clutched a small, silver locket, the one with the portrait of his grandmother. I stumbled back, my stomach churning. The sight was too gruesome, too real. This wasn't some supernatural encounter, some ghostly apparition. This was murder. Panic clawed at my throat. Who had done this? Why? Was I in danger? I turned to flee, but a figure emerged from the fog, blocking my path. A man, tall and imposing, with a glint of madness in his eyes. He held a hunting knife, its blade still dripping with blood. You shouldn't have come, he growled, his voice rough and menacing. I recognized him then. One of the locals, a man I had seen lurking around the cemetery on several occasions. He had always given me an uneasy feeling, a sense of simmering rage barely contained beneath his gruff exterior. He was protecting something, the man snarled, gesturing towards the guardian's body. Something he wouldn't share. Something that belongs to this town, to our history. He took a step closer, the knife glinting in the dim light. Now, you're going to tell me what he told you, he demanded. Or you'll end up just like him. I backed away, my mind racing. What did he know? What secrets did the Guardian hold? And what was this man willing to do to get them? I glanced around, desperate for an escape. But the fog had thickened, creating a disorienting maze. I was trapped. The man lunged, the knife raised high. I screamed, raising my arms to protect myself. But the blow never came. A shot rang out, echoing through the fog. The man stumbled, clutching his chest. He looked down in disbelief as blood plumed through his fingers. Then he collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. A figure emerged from the shadows, a gun still smoking in their hand. It was the sheriff, his face grim. "You all right, miss?" he asked, his voice gruff but concerned. I nodded, my body trembling with shock. The sheriff knelt beside the man's body, checking for a pulse. "He's dead," he announced, rising to his feet. "Looks like he got what he deserved." He turned to me, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and understanding. "This town has a lot of secrets," he said, his voice low. "Secrets that some folks would kill to protect." He glanced towards the Guardian's body, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. "He was a good man," he said, "trying to protect something precious. Something that didn't belong in this world." He looked at me then, his gaze steady. "You should go now, miss," he said. "Forget about this place. Forget about the whispers. And forget about the secrets of Whispering Pines." I nodded, knowing he was right. This place was a breeding ground for darkness, a place where the lines between reality and nightmare blurred. I had seen too much, heard too much. It was time to leave, to forget, to try to piece together the shattered remnants of my life. But as I turned to go, I couldn't help but glance back at the ancient oak tree, its silhouette looming in the fog. The whispers seemed to intensify, swirling around me like a vortex of forgotten voices. And I knew, deep down, that the secrets of Whispering Pines would forever haunt my dreams. The crisp autumn air whipped through the towering redwoods, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. It was Halloween Eve, and a chill deeper than the season had settled over Redwood National Park. I, Jack, a seasoned park ranger with years of experience under my belt, felt a growing unease as I patrolled the winding trails. The usual excitement of the holiday season was replaced by a gnawing sense of dread, a feeling amplified by the eerie silence that blanketed the ancient forest. This year, the park had gone all out with the Halloween decorations. Garish plastic skeletons dangled from branches, cobwebs, fake, thankfully, clung to the visitor center, and grinning jack-o'-lanterns leered from every window. Usually, I didn't mind the festive cheer, but this year it felt off. Like a forced smile masking something sinister. My boots crunched on the gravel path, the sound unnaturally loud in the oppressive quiet. As I rounded a bend, a flash of orange caught my eye. It was a discarded pumpkin, its carved face smashed and rotting, lying amidst a scattering of candy wrappers and empty soda cans. A typical sight after a night of teenage revelry, you might think. But something about the scene sent a shiver down my spine. A sense of foreboding urged me forward. I ventured off the trail, pushing through a thicket of ferns, and that's when I saw it. A campsite, abandoned in haste. A half-eaten bag of marshmallows lay spilled on the ground, a campfire still smoldering, sending tendrils of smoke into the twilight sky. A tent lay collapsed, its entrance ripped open as if something had burst out from within. My ranger instincts kicked in. I scanned the area for any sign of the campers, my hand instinctively reaching for the radio on my belt. But something stopped me. Carved into the trunk of a nearby redwood, a series of symbols, crude and unsettling, caught my attention. They were unlike anything I'd seen before, ancient and vaguely menacing, like a warning from a forgotten age. A cold gust of wind swept through the trees, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Whatever had happened here, it was no ordinary Halloween prank. Something dark and unseen lurked in the shadows of Redwood National Park, and I had a feeling this was just the beginning. The unsettling scene at the campsite clung to me like a spider web, its threads of unease wrapping around my thoughts. I radioed in the incident, my voice tight with a tension I couldn't quite explain. Ranger Station responded with the usual nonchalance, chalking it up to kids messing around. But I knew better. This wasn't the work of mischievous teenagers. There was a darkness here that ran deeper than any Halloween prank. Despite the dismissal from headquarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The symbols carved into the redwood, the frantic energy that lingered in the air, it all pointed to something sinister. Driven by a sense of duty and a growing curiosity, I decided to investigate further. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced and twisted amongst the towering trees. The forest seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the coming night. As I ventured deeper into the wilderness, a faint light flickered through the dense foliage. Intrigued, I pushed through a wall of tangled branches and emerged into a small clearing. There, nestled amongst the ancient redwoods, stood a dilapidated cabin. Its weathered wood siding was dark with age, and the windows, patched with yellow plastic, glowed with an eerie, inviting light. Smoke curled from a crooked chimney, hinting at a fire burning within. Cautiously, I approached the cabin, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The front door, hanging askew on its hinges, creaked open with a mournful groan. I peered inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The interior was dimly lit, the flickering flames of a fireplace casting dancing shadows on the walls. A musty odor hung in the air, a mix of damp wood and something else. Something ancient and unsettling. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. A moment of silence stretched, thick and heavy. Then, a voice, raspy and low, answered from the shadows. "Come in, Ranger. Don't be shy." A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall, gaunt man with a shock of white hair and piercing blue eyes. He wore a worn flannel shirt and overalls, and his face was etched with a network of wrinkles that spoke of a life lived in the wilderness. "I'm Jebediah," he said, extending a gnarled hand. "Caretaker of these woods." His grip was surprisingly strong, and his eyes held a depth that seemed to peer into my soul. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something far more significant than a simple caretaker. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced across Jebediah's weathered face. He gestured for me to take a seat on a rough-hewn stool near the fire, and I cautiously obliged. The cabin was a treasure trove of curiosities. Animal skulls adorned the walls, shelves overflowed with dusty books and strange artifacts, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and wood smoke. "You stumbled upon something you shouldn't have, Ranger," Jebediah said, his voice low and gravelly. "Something ancient and dangerous." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. "Have you ever heard of the Wendigo?" The word hung in the air, heavy with a sense of foreboding. I had, of course, heard whispers of the Wendigo, a creature of Native American folklore, a malevolent spirit that roamed the forests, consuming the hearts of the lost and lonely. But I had always dismissed it as a legend, a campfire story to scare children. "It's just a story," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Jebediah chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that echoed through the cabin. "Stories often hold a kernel of truth, Ranger. Especially in these woods." He went on to tell me tales of the Wendigo, stories passed down through generations of those who lived in the shadow of the redwoods. He spoke of a creature of immense power, a shapeshifter that could mimic human voices and lure its victims deep into the forest, where it would feast on their flesh and steal their souls. I listened, captivated and horrified in equal measure. Jebediah's words painted a vivid picture, and I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The symbols I had seen at the campsite, the abandoned belongings, the eerie silence of the forest, it all seemed to fit with the legend of the Wendigo. "You don't believe me, do you?" Jebediah asked, his eyes boring into mine. I hesitated. I don't know what to believe," I admitted. "Keep your eyes open, Ranger," he warned. "And your wits about you. The Wendigo walks these woods on Halloween night. And it hungers." As I rose to leave, a sense of dread washed over me. I glanced back at Jebediah, his silhouette stark against the firelight, and a shiver ran down my spine. He seemed to embody the ancient wisdom of the forest, a guardian of secrets both wondrous and terrifying. Stepping out into the night, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A single footprint in the soft earth outside the cabin. It was large, far larger than any human's, and the shape was unnatural. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was just an oddly shaped animal track. But the seed of doubt had been planted, and it was growing rapidly in the fertile soil of my fear. The ranger station, usually a beacon of warmth and safety, felt cold and oppressive as the hours crept towards midnight. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and whistling through the gaps in the wooden walls. I sat hunched over the radio, the static a constant reminder of my isolation. Every creak and groan of the old building sent a jolt of fear through me, my mind conjuring images of the Wendigo lurking just beyond the circle of lamplight. Halloween night. The witching hour. Jebediah's words echoed in my mind, fueling the growing sense of dread that gnawed at my insides. I tried to distract myself, to focus on the routine tasks of monitoring the park frequencies and logging any activity. But the unsettling encounter at the campsite, the cryptic warnings of the old caretaker, and the lingering image of that monstrous footprint kept creeping back into my thoughts. The radio crackled to life, interrupting the monotonous hum of static. A voice, high-pitched and frantic, pierced the silence. "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" It was a young girl, her voice trembling with fear. She and her friends, a group of teenagers out for a Halloween thrill, claimed to have seen something terrifying in the woods. Something tall and shadowy, with glowing red eyes. Something that moved with an unnatural speed and agility. My heart pounded in my chest. The description matched Jebediah's tales of the Wendigo. Could it be true? Could this creature of legend be real? I tried to calm the teenagers, to reassure them that it was probably just a prank, a figment of their overactive imaginations fueled by Halloween excitement. But even as I spoke the words, I knew they were hollow. I could hear the terror in their voices, the raw, primal fear that spoke of a genuine encounter with something monstrous. Duty compelled me to act. I couldn't ignore their pleas for help, even if it meant facing my own growing fear. I grabbed my flashlight, my ranger's jacket, and my service weapon, a sense of grim determination settling over me. As I stepped out into the storm-ravaged night, the wind whipped at my face, carrying with it the scent of rain and pine needles. The forest loomed before me, a dark and impenetrable wall. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the unknown, and ventured into the heart of the woods. The beam of my flashlight cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the rain-slicked path and the gnarled branches that reached out like skeletal fingers. The wind howled through the towering redwoods, their ancient limbs groaning under the onslaught. The teenagers' terrified voices echoed in my mind, urging me forward, even as every instinct screamed at me to turn back. I followed the trail they described, my boots sinking into the mud, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filling my nostrils. Broken branches and trampled ferns marked the path of the creature, a trail of destruction leading deeper into the heart of the ancient forest. The further I ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy that prickled my skin. The forest seemed to close in around me, the towering redwoods forming an impenetrable wall that blocked out the moon and stars. I stumbled upon a clearing, the remnants of a campfire smoldering in the center. Empty beer cans and discarded food wrappers littered the ground, a testament to the teenagers' carefree revelry before terror struck. A chill ran down my spine as I imagined their laughter turning to screams, their joy replaced by primal fear. Suddenly, a movement in the shadows caught my eye. A fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt, its silhouette barely discernible against the darkness. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding through the trees like a phantom. My heart hammered in my chest. This was no ordinary animal. This was something ancient, something malevolent. This was the Wendigo. Adrenaline surged through my veins, a mix of fear and determination fueling my next move. I raised my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the creature. But it was gone, vanished into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. I pushed on, following the trail of broken branches and disturbed earth. The forest seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the coming confrontation. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. The creature was toying with me, leading me deeper into its domain. I knew I was walking into a trap, but I couldn't turn back. The teenagers' lives were at stake, and I was their only hope. As I rounded a bend in the path, the creature emerged from the shadows. It stood tall and imposing, its form shrouded in darkness, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. A wave of fear washed over me, threatening to paralyze me in my tracks. But I couldn't give in. I had to be strong. I raised my weapon, my finger trembling on the trigger. The creature let out a chilling howl, a sound that echoed through the ancient forest, sending a primal fear coursing through my veins. The hunt was on. The Wendigo lunged, its movements a blur of shadows and claws. I reacted instinctively, diving to the side as the creature's icy breath swept past my face. The stench of decay and rot filled my nostrils, a sickening reminder of the creature's insatiable hunger. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. The creature towered over me, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It snarled, a guttural sound that echoed through the ancient forest, sending shivers down my spine. The chase was on. I sprinted through the undergrowth, dodging trees and leaping over fallen logs. The creature was relentless, its long strides eating up the distance between us. Its howls echoed through the trees, a terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. The Wendigo was a creature of the wilderness, its strength and speed unmatched by any human. I needed to find a way to slow it down, to give myself a fighting chance. A fallen redwood loomed ahead, its massive trunk bridging a deep ravine. I saw my chance. I sprinted towards the fallen giant, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for respite. As I reached the edge of the ravine, I leaped, my fingers grasping for the rough bark of the fallen tree. I hauled myself up, my muscles straining with the effort. I glanced back to see the Wendigo skidding to a halt at the edge of the ravine, its eyes burning with frustration. The creature let out a deafening roar, its voice shaking the very ground beneath my feet. Then, with a terrifying display of agility, it leaped across the chasm, its claws raking the bark of the fallen tree. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. I had gained a momentary reprieve, but the creature was closing in. I had to find a way to fight back. I reached for my service weapon, my fingers fumbling with the safety. But before I could raise it, the Wendigo lunged again, its claws outstretched. I cried out as the creature's claws raked my arm, tearing through my jacket and drawing blood. I stumbled backward, losing my footing on the slick bark. I slid down the trunk of the fallen redwood, my body slamming against the rough bark. I landed with a sickening thud at the bottom of the ravine, the wind knocked out of me. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body racked with pain. The Wendigo stood at the edge of the ravine, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. It let out a triumphant howl, its voice echoing through the ancient forest. I was trapped, injured, and at the mercy of a creature that craved my soul. The pain in my arm throbbed in time with the pounding of my heart. I lay at the bottom of the ravine, the damp earth cold against my cheek. The scent of pine needles and damp soil filled my nostrils, a stark contrast to the stench of decay that clung to the Wendigo. Above me, the creature paced along the edge of the ravine, its silhouette a dark omen against the moonlit sky. It snarled and howled, its voice a chilling symphony of hunger and malice. I knew I couldn't stay there, exposed and vulnerable. I had to find shelter, a place to regroup and assess my injuries. With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet. My vision swam, and my head throbbed with a dull ache. I stumbled forward, my injured arm hanging limp at my side. The ravine walls were steep and treacherous, but I clawed my way upwards, driven by a desperate need to escape the creature's clutches. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a narrow ledge, a small sanctuary hidden in the shadows. I collapsed against the cold rock face, gasping for breath. My body screamed in protest, but I couldn't afford to rest. I had to find a way to survive the night. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed a faint glimmer ahead. A narrow opening in the rock face, barely visible in the shadows. Hope surged through me. It could be a cave, a hidden refuge from the creature that hunted me. With renewed determination, I crawled towards the opening, my body scraping against the rough rock. The passage was narrow and claustrophobic, but I pushed forward, driven by the primal need for survival. The tunnel opened into a small cavern, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something ancient and forgotten. A faint light filtered through a crack in the ceiling, illuminating the rough walls and the uneven floor. I took a cautious step forward, my senses on high alert. The cavern was silent, eerily so. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the darkness. Then I saw it. A pile of bones lay scattered across the floor, remnants of long-dead animals. Skulls with empty sockets stared back at me, their silent screams echoing through the cavern. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth. This was no ordinary cave. This was a lair, a place of death and despair. And I had stumbled right into its heart. The silence of the cavern pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. The pile of bones lay scattered before me, a grim testament to the Wendigo's insatiable hunger. Fear gnawed at my insides, a cold, relentless beast that threatened to consume me. I forced myself to move, to explore my surroundings. The cavern was small, its walls damp and cold. A faint light filtered through a crack in the ceiling, casting long shadows that danced and twisted in the gloom. As I ventured deeper, I stumbled upon a pile of debris shoved into a corner. Old mining equipment, rusted and decaying, lay scattered amongst rotting timbers. A flicker of hope sparked within me. Could this be an old mine shaft? If so, there might be a way out, a chance to escape this subterranean tomb. I sifted through the debris, my fingers tracing the cold metal of a pickaxe, the splintered wood of a broken lantern. Then I saw it. A glint of metal hidden beneath a pile of rotting leaves. I reached for it, my heart pounding with anticipation. It was a small, tarnished silver locket, its surface etched with intricate patterns. I opened it carefully, my fingers trembling. Inside, a miniature portrait of a young woman stared back at me, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness. Who was she? What was her connection to this forgotten place? A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I stumbled back, clutching the locket. Images flashed through my mind, visions of the past. I saw the woman in the locket, her face contorted in fear, fleeing through the dark forest. I saw the Wendigo, its form a blur of shadows and claws, pursuing her relentlessly. The visions intensified, the boundaries between past and present blurring. I felt the woman's terror, her desperation, her utter despair. I saw her final moments, her life extinguished by the creature's icy touch. Then, just as suddenly as they had begun, the visions vanished, leaving me gasping for breath, my body trembling. I clutched the locket, its cold metal a tangible link to the past, to the woman who had met her end in this very cavern. A sense of understanding dawned on me. The Wendigo wasn't just a creature of hunger, it was a creature of sorrow, of loss. It fed not only on flesh but on the despair of its victims. And I, trapped in this cavern of shadows, was its next target. A low growl echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down my spine. The Wendigo had returned. I could feel its presence, a cold, malevolent force that pressed against me, suffocating me. I scrambled back, my hand instinctively reaching for my service weapon. But it was gone, lost in the fall. Panic threatened to consume me, but I fought it back. I couldn't give in to fear. I had to find a way to defend myself. My eyes darted around the cavern, searching for a weapon, anything I could use to fight back against the creature. Then, I saw it. The old mining equipment, discarded and forgotten, lay scattered amongst the debris. I lunged for a rusted pickaxe, its handle rough and cold in my grasp. I hefted it, feeling its weight, its potential for both destruction and salvation. The growl grew louder, closer. The creature was stalking me, toying with me, savoring my fear. I gripped the pickaxe tighter, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, the Wendigo emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning like coals in the darkness. It lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws open in a silent snarl. I raised the pickaxe, bracing myself for the impact. The creature slammed into me, its force knocking me off my feet. I rolled across the cavern floor, the pickaxe clattering away. The Wendigo loomed over me, its breath hot and fetid on my face. I could see its hunger, its insatiable desire to consume my soul. But in that moment, something shifted within me. Fear gave way to rage, a primal fury fueled by the will to survive. I kicked out, my foot connecting with the creature's chest. It staggered back, surprised by my sudden defiance. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my spirit ablaze. I charged at the Wendigo, my fists flying. I landed a blow on its jaw, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone against flesh. The creature roared in anger, its claws raking my chest, tearing through my shirt. But I didn't falter. I fought back with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed. Then I remembered the locket. The woman's haunting sadness. The Wendigo's hunger for despair. I held up the locket, its silver surface glinting in the faint light. "You want despair?" I shouted. "I'll give you despair." I smashed the locket against the cavern wall, the silver shattering into 1,000 pieces. The woman's image, free from its confines, seemed to dissolve into the air, her sadness dissipating into the darkness. The Wendigo recoiled, its form flickering, its growls turning into whimpers. The creature was weakening, its power waning. I saw my chance. I grabbed a burning ember from the remnants of the campfire and hurled it at the Wendigo. The creature shrieked as the fire touched its skin, its form dissolving into shadows and smoke. The cavern was silent once more, the only sound the echo of my own ragged breathing. I collapsed against the wall, my body exhausted, my spirit drained. But I had survived. I had faced the Wendigo, and I had won. Dawn broke over Redwood National Park, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and glistening. I emerged from the cavern, blinking in the sunlight, my body battered and bruised, my spirit weary but unbroken. The forest seemed different now, somehow. The oppressive darkness had lifted, replaced by a sense of fragile peace. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of renewal. I made my way back to the ranger station, my footsteps slow and deliberate. The events of the night replayed in my mind, a surreal and terrifying dream. The abandoned campsite, the cryptic warnings of Jebediah, the chase through the dark forest, the desperate fight for survival in the cavern. As I reached the clearing where the teenagers had encountered the Wendigo, I paused, a wave of sadness washing over me. Their laughter, their youthful exuberance, had been extinguished by the creature's darkness. I said a silent prayer for them, a tribute to their lost lives. Back at the ranger station, I reported the incident, my voice hoarse but steady. My superiors listened with a mixture of skepticism and concern. They dispatched a search party to investigate the teenager's disappearance, but I knew in my heart that they wouldn't find anything. The Wendigo had claimed its victims, leaving no trace behind. In the days that followed, I returned to my duties, patrolling the trails, ensuring the safety of the park's visitors. But I was changed. The encounter with the Wendigo had stripped away my complacency, my belief in the rational world. I had seen the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, the ancient forces that whispered in the shadows. The scars on my body would heal, but the scars on my soul would remain, a constant reminder of the night I faced the creature of legend. And every Halloween, as the wind howled through the redwoods and the shadows danced in the moonlight, I would remember the woman in the locket, the teenagers lost in the darkness, and the Wendigo, its hunger forever echoing in the depths of the ancient forest. But I also carried with me a newfound strength, a resilience forged in the fires of fear and despair. I had faced the darkness, and I had emerged, battered but unbroken. And in the face of the unknown, I had found a courage I never knew I possessed. The Wendigo may have taken its victims, but it had also awakened something within me. A sense of purpose, a determination to protect the innocent, to stand guard against the shadows that threatened to consume us all. And as the sun set on another Halloween night, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I knew that I would never be the same. I was a guardian of the woods, a protector of the light, a warrior against the darkness. And I would continue to stand watch, forever vigilant, forever ready to face the unseen terrors that lurked in the heart of Redwood National Park. The ancient oak trees swayed and groaned under the weight of the impending storm, their branches clawing at the roof of Blackwood Cabin like skeletal fingers. Rain lashed against the windows, each drop a tiny hammer against the silence that had settled over the isolated dwelling. I huddled deeper into my threadbare armchair, the fire and the hearth struggling to combat the chill that seeped from the very walls. This wasn't how I envisioned my return to my grandparents' home. Years had passed since their deaths, the cabin left abandoned, a relic of happier summers spent exploring the surrounding woods and listening to my grandfather's fireside stories. But those memories were now tainted with a chilling unease. The drive through the deserted town had been unsettling. The once bustling main street was now lined with empty storefronts, their windows like vacant eyes staring out at the desolate landscape. A lone stray dog scavenged through an overflowing trash can, its ribs stark beneath its matted fur. The only other sign of life was a flickering neon sign above a dilapidated motel, its message barely discernible through the driving rain: vacancy. As I turned onto the overgrown path leading to the cabin, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The woods seemed to press closer, the gnarled branches of the trees forming a skeletal canopy overhead. The headlights of my car barely pierced the gloom, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. The cabin itself was a grim spectacle. The paint peeled from the weathered wood siding like sunburnt skin. The porch sagged under the weight of neglect, its steps missing and rotten. One of the windows gaped like a missing tooth, a black void in the decaying facade. With a heavy sigh, I stepped out into the downpour, the icy rain instantly soaking through my clothes. The wind howled like a tormented spirit, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly sweet and nauseatingly putrid. The interior of the cabin was a symphony of decay. Dust lay thick on every surface, disturbed only by the occasional scuttling cockroach. Cobwebs draped the furniture like macabre shrouds. The air hung heavy with the smell of mildew and damp wood. A sudden crash from upstairs sent my heart into overdrive. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding rain. Another crash, followed by a series of thumps and scrapes, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Something was up there. Gripping the heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace, I cautiously made my way up the creaking staircase. Each step was accompanied by a chorus of groans and pops, as if the old house was protesting my intrusion. The sounds were coming from the attic. I hesitated at the foot of the ladder, my hand hovering over the rusted pull ring. A cold dread settled over me, a primal fear of the unknown. With a deep breath, I pulled the ladder down and began to climb. The attic was pitch black, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the moon through the grimy skylight. The air was thick with dust and the coppery tang of blood. A low growl echoed through the darkness, sending shivers down my spine. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the room, my heart pounding in my ears. And then I saw them. Eyes. Dozens of eyes, glowing like embers in the darkness. They were scattered across the rafters, watching me with a hungry intensity. As my flashlight beam danced across the room, I saw the creatures to whom those eyes belonged. They were grotesque parodies of humans, their bodies twisted and elongated, their limbs ending in sharp claws. Their skin was pale and translucent, revealing the pulsing veins beneath. A chorus of snarls and hisses filled the air as the creatures descended from the rafters, their movements unnervingly fluid. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a loose floorboard. I fell, the poker clattering away into the darkness. The creatures closed in, their claws outstretched, their eyes burning with a predatory hunger. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. But it never came. Instead, I heard a voice, calm and steady, cutting through the cacophony of growls and hisses. "Leave her be." The creatures hesitated, their heads snapping towards the source of the voice. A figure stepped out from the shadows, tall and imposing. It was a man, his face obscured by the darkness, but his voice held an authority that even these monstrous beings seemed to respect. "This is not your prey," the man said, his voice resonating with power. "She does not belong to this place. Let her go." The creatures exchanged uneasy glances, then slowly retreated back into the shadows. The man knelt beside me, his hand outstretched. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. I nodded, unable to speak. The man helped me to my feet. "This place is not safe," he said, his voice grave. "You need to leave. Now." He led me out of the attic and down the stairs, his presence a comforting beacon in the oppressive darkness. As we reached the front door, he paused, his gaze lingering on the shadows that clung to the corners of the room. "This place is tainted," he said softly. "It feeds on fear and despair. Don't let it consume you." He opened the door, and I stepped out into the storm, the rain washing away the lingering stench of blood and decay. I turned to thank him, but he was gone. I fled Blackwood Cabin, the horrors I had witnessed seared into my memory. As I drove away, the storm raged on, the wind and rain a symphony of chaos. But within me, a strange calm had settled. I had faced my fears and survived. And I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that I would never return to that cursed place. I'm not going to tell you my real name. I don't want anyone tracing me back to that cursed town, so let's just say I'm Emily, and my friend was Jake. He was one of my best friends growing up. We did everything together, same street, same school, always side by side. He was the kindest soul I knew. What happened that night still fills me with rage and a sadness that never fades. It was Halloween, and I remember the whole day vividly, even though I wish I could erase it from my memory. I was 12, and Jake was 13. Our birthdays were both in October, so Halloween always felt extra special, like we were leveling up in life. That year was the first time our parents let us go trick-or-treating on our own. Back then, it felt like freedom, a taste of independence I wouldn't experience again for years. Now, I understand why they let us go. We're finally on our own, Em. Jake said, always the leader. I guess so, I replied, a little nervous. I'd always been a bit scared of being alone, but the excitement of Halloween outweighed my fear. We wandered down streets glowing with orange and yellow lights, spooky decorations everywhere. Our town went all out for Halloween. It was almost like a sacred holiday there. Christmas decorations never even came close. As we walked, a sense of unease crept over me. Adults were outside, staring at us with unsettling intensity, then quickly looking away when we met their gaze. Some of them had these strange expressions, like something was terribly wrong. And it was. House after house, the lights would go out as we approached. Who were these jerks turning out their lights on Halloween night? I adjusted my glasses and spotted a cabin at the end of the street, bathed in moonlight. It was decorated like a scene from a horror movie, the most festive place around. Surely they wouldn't turn us away. I checked my watch, 11:30. This would be our last stop before heading home. We already had a decent haul of candy, but that cabin seemed to beckon us. Maybe they were giving out full-size candy bars. As we got closer, I heard strange sounds coming from the woods, sobbing, whispering voices. The air grew heavy, and a shiver ran down my spine. We passed a group of hikers, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with a terror I couldn't understand. They mumbled something about being lost, about seeing things, but their words were jumbled and incoherent. "Jake," I whispered, my childhood stutter returning in my fear. I don't like this. This whole street is freaking me out." Tears welled up in my eyes. Jake put his hand on my shoulder. "It's okay, Em. Just one more house, then we'll get our candy and go home." Jake always knew how to reassure me. But looking back, I almost feel angry at him for leading us into that nightmare. But I can't be truly mad at him. He suffered far worse than I did. We finally reached the cabin and knocked on the weathered wooden door. It creaked open slowly. "Trick or treat," we chimed together. The man who answered the door looked off. Not in a costume way. His skin was pale, his black tuxedo making him look even more like a corpse. He was sweating, his emerald green eyes wide and bloodshot, staring blankly at us. I pulled back my candy bag, tears blurring my vision. "So, kids," he stammered, "how was your Halloween?" Sir, can we just have our candy?" Jake asked, sensing my fear. The man grew impatient, tapping his foot. "Just trying to make small talk," he muttered, tugging at his collar. I noticed a patch of rotting flesh near his neck, the skin discolored and peeling. Suddenly, I felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck. I swatted at it, thinking it was a bug, and heard Jake do the same. Then I saw them, two towering figures emerging from the darkness behind us. My vision blurred, my legs gave way, and I collapsed. When I woke up, my glasses were gone, and everything was hazy. I couldn't move, paralyzed by fear or drugs. I didn't know which. I saw Jake lying on the ground in front of me. Voices cut through the fog. "You were only supposed to take one, you idiot," a man growled. They both came to my door. What was I supposed to do? It was the man from the cabin. "You're going to die anyway. Might as well join the sacrifice." Sacrifice? What was happening? I wanted to scream, to cry, but I couldn't move a muscle. "Just get it over with," the first man snarled. I saw him approach Jake, holding something in his hand. Jake gasped, waking up with a start. He was bound with chains. What happened?" Jake cried, his voice filled with desperation. The man ignored him. "Sir, please." Jake begged. I'm sorry. Did we do something wrong? Jake's cries echoed through the woods, each word a dagger to my heart. I tried to speak, but only a whimper escaped my lips. They dragged Jake further into the darkness. Sir, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. His screams faded, then stopped. A chilling silence fell, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. Footsteps pounded towards me. The man from the cabin sprinted past, and then I heard Jake scream, a sound that still haunts my nightmares. Ah! A guttural roar ripped through the night, something inhuman and terrifying. Then a sickening crunch, followed by more screams, the sounds of flesh tearing. I couldn't see, but I could hear the horror unfolding in the darkness. Suddenly, a red, pulpy mass landed a few feet in front of me. A creature emerged from the shadows, bathed in moonlight. It was indescribable. Huge, wolf-like, with glowing red eyes and patches of matted fur revealing thin, veiny skin. It picked up the mangled remains and shook them like a dog with a chew toy, blood splattering everywhere. I felt the warm liquid on my face, dripping into my eye, staining my vision red. The creature dropped the remains and turned towards me, sniffing the air. It knelt down, growling, its bloody fangs inches from my face. The stench of death filled my nostrils. This was it. I was going to die. A sharp whistle cut through the air. The creature backed away. You've had your fill. Get back. It was the voice of the man who had threatened the man from the cabin. Then, a familiar voice. What have you done? You brought her here? Mom? I groaned, unable to move but desperate to make a sound. Oh my God, she's awake. Shit. Footsteps behind me, another sting on my neck. I slipped back into unconsciousness, hearing my mother's screams. Do you realize what you've done? Relax, relax. I'll tell you what to do. Just tell the doctor. Then, nothing. Honey? I woke up in my own bed, my mom by my side. Must have been a scary dream, huh? Mommy. I hugged her tightly. It's okay, sweetie, she soothed. It was just a dream. But it wasn't. My eye still stung. Later that day, they told me Jake had gone missing on his way home. Lies. I know what I saw. No one in that town can convince me otherwise. I tried to tell everyone, even my mom, praying she wasn't involved. But they all thought I was crazy. When I turned 18, the scars from that night still hadn't healed. A month later, my own mother had me committed to a mental hospital. I saw things there, things I can't unsee. But that's another story. After a year, I got out and left that town, never looking back. I don't know if I can ever trust anyone again. But maybe telling my story to internet strangers will help, somehow. I still don't understand what's happening in that town, but I know it's evil. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back, but I'm terrified of what I might find. Thank you for listening. Rain hammered against the windshield, blurring the already dim headlights of my Jeep. The ancient pines of Blackwood Forest loomed over the narrow dirt road, their branches swaying like ghostly arms in the wind. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, as the Jeep bounced over potholes and ruts, the tires struggling for purchase in the slick mud. Man, this place was creepy. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves, a sickly sweet scent that made my stomach churn. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen creatures, and the silence was broken only by the drumming of the rain and the occasional snap of a twig under the Jeep's tires. Each sound sent a jolt of fear through me, making me regret taking this assignment. My name's Jack, and I was fresh out of ranger school, eager to prove myself. Blackwood Forest was my first solo assignment, a remote, sprawling wilderness in the heart of Oregon. Locals called it the Devil's Playground, whispering tales of strange disappearances, unexplained phenomena, and a darkness that clung to the ancient trees. I'd scoffed at the stories, dismissing them as folklore, until now. Now, as I drove deeper into the forest, those stories were starting to creep into my mind, twisting my gut with a growing sense of dread. Every creak of the Jeep, every rustle in the undergrowth, made me jump. I felt like I was being watched, hunted by something ancient and malevolent. The Jeep lurched violently, throwing me against the door. I swore under my breath, wrestling the vehicle back onto the road. The ranger station, my only refuge in this godforsaken wilderness, was still miles away. And with every passing mile, the forest seemed to close in, whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. The headlights finally cut through the gloom, revealing a faint glow in the distance. As I got closer, the ranger station materialized from the darkness, a squat, wooden cabin hunched beneath the towering pines. Smoke curled from the chimney, a fragile finger of warmth against the oppressive cold. I pulled up next to a beat-up pickup truck, its faded paint barely visible in the dim light. As I stepped out of the Jeep, the rain instantly soaked through my jacket. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a low, mournful whisper that seemed to slither into my ears. I shivered, pulling my collar tighter around my neck, but the cold seemed to seep right through me. A figure emerged from the shadows of the porch. Tall and lean, with long black hair tied back in a ponytail, he moved with an almost unsettling grace. "You must be Jack," he said, his voice a low rumble that was barely audible over the wind. "I'm Thomas White Eagle." His eyes, dark and intense, met mine, and I felt a strange jolt, a sense of unease that I couldn't explain. Before I could respond, another figure stepped out of the cabin. This one was older, stockier, with a weathered face and a gruff expression. He squinted at me through the rain, his eyes hard and assessing. "You're late," he growled, his voice thick with a gruff accent. "I'm George Miller." "Get inside, we need to talk." I followed them into the cabin, grateful for the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth. But even as I thawed my frozen fingers, a sense of unease lingered. There was something about this place, something about these men, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I had a feeling this wasn't going to be the easy assignment I'd hoped for. The interior of the cabin was dimly lit, the only source of light coming from the crackling fire in the stone hearth and a kerosene lamp flickering on a rough-hewn table. The walls were lined with shelves crammed with dusty books, maps, and what looked like antique trapping equipment. A faint scent of pine needles and wood smoke hung in the air, mingled with something mustier, something almost feral. George gestured towards a battered armchair near the fire. "Sit," he grunted, settling into a chair opposite me. "You got a lot to learn about Blackwood." Thomas remained standing, his silhouette dark against the flickering firelight. He observed me with an unsettling intensity, his expression unreadable. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, and it wasn't just from the cold. George pulled out a map of the forest, spreading it across the table. "This is your territory," he said, tracing a rough circle with his thick finger. "Thousands of acres of wilderness. You'll be responsible for patrolling the trails, keeping an eye out for poachers, illegal campers, anything out of the ordinary." "Sounds straightforward enough," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. George grunted. "Don't let it fool you, kid. Blackwood ain't no walk in the park. The terrain is rough, the weather can turn on a dime, and there's things lurking in those woods that'd make a grizzly bear look like a cuddly teddy." He paused, his eyes hardening. "Things a lot worse than poachers." I felt a knot of apprehension tighten in my stomach. "What kind of things?" George and Thomas exchanged a look, a silent communication that sent a chill down my spine. "Just keep your wits about you," George said finally. "And if you see anything strange, anything you can't explain, you get your ass back here and report it. Don't try to be a hero." His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. I nodded, trying to mask the fear that was starting to grip me. I had a feeling my first assignment in Blackwood Forest was going to be a lot more terrifying than I'd ever imagined. The first few days were uneventful, thankfully. I patrolled the trails, checked for signs of illegal activity, and tried to familiarize myself with the maze of paths and landmarks that crisscrossed Blackwood. But even in the daylight, the forest had a way of unsettling me. The towering pines blocked out most of the sunlight, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and shifted with the slightest breeze. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional caw of a crow or the rustle of leaves under my boots. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see something lurking in the shadows, something with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. I knew I was letting George's warnings get to me, but I couldn't help it. This place had a way of getting under your skin. One afternoon, I was hiking along a trail near the edge of Blackwood when I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. It was a deer, or what was left of it. The carcass was mangled, ripped apart in a way that no ordinary predator could have done. Chunks of flesh were scattered across the forest floor, and the ground was stained with blood. I knelt down, my stomach churning, and examined the remains. The bite marks were enormous, far larger than any wolf or bear I'd ever seen. And the tracks, they were unlike anything I could identify. They were huge, with long, claw-like toes that had dug deep into the soft earth. A wave of fear washed over me. I fumbled for the radio on my belt, my hands shaking. "George," I said, my voice trembling. "I found something bad." "What is it?" George's voice crackled through the radio. "It's a deer. It's been killed, but it's not like anything I've ever seen before. The tracks, they're huge. There was a long pause on the other end. Where are you? George asked, his voice tight. I gave him my location. Stay put, he said. Thomas and I are on our way. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, staring at the gruesome scene before me. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the forest. I felt a cold dread settle over me. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I wasn't alone. The wait for George and Thomas felt like an eternity. I stood there, rifle clutched in my sweaty hands, scanning the darkening woods for any sign of movement. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of blood and something else, something ancient and primal that made my skin crawl. Finally, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel. George's truck pulled up beside mine, and both he and Thomas jumped out, their faces grim. George took one look at the mangled deer carcass and let out a low whistle. Damn, he muttered. That ain't no bear. Thomas knelt beside the remains, his dark eyes scanning the ground. He traced the outline of one of the massive tracks with his finger, his expression unreadable. What is it? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Thomas stood up, his gaze fixed on the darkening woods. Something old, he said, his voice low and grave. Something hungry. George scoffed. Don't start with that superstitious crap, Thomas. But there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, a hint of fear that he couldn't quite conceal. He knew, as I did, that something wasn't right. This wasn't the work of any animal we knew. We need to get back to the station, Thomas said, his voice urgent. It's not safe here. We piled back into the trucks, the silence heavy with unspoken fear. As we drove back through the darkening woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, followed by something unseen. The wind seemed to whisper my name, and the shadows danced with unseen shapes. Back at the station, George poured us all a stiff drink. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. But the warmth of the fire couldn't dispel the chill that had settled over me. What do we do now? I asked, my voice trembling. George took a long swig of his whiskey. We wait, he said grimly. And we hope it doesn't find us. The whiskey burned my throat, but it did little to calm my nerves. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, but the cheerful flames couldn't dispel the growing sense of dread that hung over the cabin. George paced restlessly, while Thomas sat silently in the corner, his eyes closed, as if lost in thought. What do we know about this thing? I asked, breaking the silence. George stopped pacing and looked at me, his face grim. Not much. It's been sighted a few times over the years, always in the deepest parts of the forest. Locals call it the Blackwood Beast, or sometimes the Wendigo. My blood ran cold. I heard whispers of the Wendigo, a creature of Native American legend, a spirit of the forest that preyed on human flesh. I'd always dismissed it as folklore, but now... The Wendigo? I said, my voice barely a whisper. You think it's real? Thomas opened his eyes, his gaze intense. It's as real as the fear you're feeling right now, he said, his voice low and resonant. It's a creature of darkness, born from hunger and despair. It feeds on the lost and the vulnerable. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. And what happens to those it catches? Thomas's expression darkened. They become part of it, he said. Their flesh consumed, their spirits trapped forever in its insatiable hunger. George snorted. Don't scare the kid, Thomas. But I could see the fear in his eyes, too. He knew, as I did, that we were facing something far beyond our understanding, something ancient and evil that lurked in the heart of Blackwood Forest. We spent the rest of the night huddled around the fire, rifles loaded and ready. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and whispering through the trees. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent our hearts racing. We were trapped, waiting for the dawn, praying that the creature wouldn't find us before the sun rose again. Dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gray and purple, but the sense of dread that had settled over the cabin didn't dissipate. We cautiously ventured outside, the crisp morning air doing little to soothe our frayed nerves. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an eerie silence hanging heavy in the air. We need to find it, George said, his voice tight with determination. Before it finds us. Thomas nodded, his eyes scanning the tree-line. It leaves tracks. We can follow them. We set off into the woods, following the trail of massive, clawed footprints that led deeper and deeper into the dense undergrowth. The tracks were fresh, the earth still damp where the creature had trod. It was close. The forest seemed to press in on us, the towering pines blocking out the sunlight, creating a world of perpetual twilight. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and a faint, metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I gripped my rifle, my senses on high alert, every shadow a potential hiding place for the creature. As we moved deeper into the woods, the tracks led us to a clearing. In the center lay another carcass, this time a mangled elk, its flesh torn and scattered across the clearing. The sight was gruesome, a stark reminder of the creature's brutal power. It's toying with us, Thomas said, his voice low and grim, leading us deeper into its territory. George swore under his breath. We need to stop it, he said, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and anger. Before it kills again. But how do you stop a creature born of darkness and hunger? A creature that seemed to blend with the shadows, a phantom that haunted the depths of Blackwood Forest? The answer, I feared, was one we didn't want to face. The mood in the cabin was tense. We were like cornered animals, fear gnawing at our insides. George, usually so gruff and confident, was subdued, his gaze constantly flicking towards the windows. Thomas, ever stoic, sat sharpening his hunting knife, the rhythmic rasp of steel against stone doing little to ease the oppressive silence. We can't just sit here and wait, I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. We have to do something. George looked at me, his eyes filled with a weary resignation. What do you suggest we do, kid? Go out and hunt a creature that can disappear into thin air? A creature that can mimic voices and lure its victims to their deaths? I had no answer. We were outmatched, outgunned, and trapped in a game we didn't understand. Thomas spoke, his voice quiet but firm. "There is a way," he said, meeting my gaze. "An old legend. A way to trap the Wendigo." My heart leaped with a flicker of hope. "How?" Thomas hesitated, his eyes flickering towards the fire. "It involves fire," he said slowly. "And a sacrifice." George scoffed. "Don't tell me you're buying into those old wives' tales, Thomas." But I could see a flicker of desperation in his eyes. He was grasping at straws, just as I was. Thomas explained the legend, a story passed down through generations of his tribe. The Wendigo, he said, was a creature of ice and shadow, vulnerable to fire. But it was cunning, powerful, and could not be easily tricked. To lure it into a trap, we would need to offer it something it craved, something it couldn't resist. He looked at me, his gaze steady. "We need to use ourselves as bait." A chill ran down my spine. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, but the warmth couldn't penetrate the icy fear that gripped my heart. We were facing a desperate choice, a gamble with our lives. But it was our only chance. The plan was simple, but terrifying. We would venture deep into the forest, to a secluded clearing Thomas knew, a place where the trees were thick and the shadows deep. There, we would build a pyre, a beacon of fire to draw the Wendigo in. And then, we would offer ourselves as bait. George and I exchanged a look, a silent understanding of the fear and desperation that bound us together. We knew the risks, the terrifying possibility that we were walking towards our deaths. But we also knew that we had no other choice. We gathered what supplies we could, firewood, kerosene, and our rifles. As we prepared to leave the relative safety of the cabin, Thomas turned to me, his expression serious. "Jack," he said, his voice low, "if things go wrong, run. Don't look back. Don't try to be a hero." I nodded, my throat tight with fear. We stepped out into the cold morning air, the forest looming around us like a silent predator. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent. We moved through the forest with a grim determination, our boots crunching on the frozen ground. The silence was broken only by the sound of our own breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves sent our hearts racing. As we reached the clearing, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The trees here were thicker, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was heavy, stagnant, and filled with an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the very air we breathed. We set to work building the pyre, stacking the wood high in the center of the clearing. The kerosene doused the wood, leaving a pungent odor that mingled with the damp earth and decaying leaves. As the flames licked at the wood, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, I felt a shiver run down my spine. We were playing with fire, in more ways than one. The sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and red, but the warmth of the dying light couldn't penetrate the growing darkness that surrounded us. We huddled around the fire, our rifles clutched in our hands, waiting for the creature to emerge from the shadows. The wait was agonizing. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent our hearts pounding. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that seemed to echo through the forest. The Wendigo was coming. The creature emerged from the darkness like a nightmare given form. Tall and gaunt, its skeletal frame was draped in ragged strips of flesh, and its eyes burned with an unholy light. Its breath rose in a cloud of frost, and the air around it crackled with an unnatural energy. The Wendigo. It moved with an eerie grace, its long limbs carrying it across the clearing towards the blazing pyre. The flames seemed to shrink back from its presence, the firelight casting grotesque shadows that danced across its twisted form. George raised his rifle, his hand steady despite the terror that must have been gripping him. "Now," he yelled, firing a shot that echoed through the trees. The bullet struck the creature in the chest, but it barely flinched. It let out a chilling shriek, a sound that seemed to claw at the very fabric of my soul, and lunged towards us. Thomas and I fired our own rifles, the shots ringing out in the cold night air. The Wendigo staggered, but it didn't fall. It was too powerful, too driven by its insatiable hunger. "Run!" Thomas shouted, his voice barely audible over the creature's enraged roars. We scrambled back, our boots slipping on the frozen ground. The Wendigo was upon us, its claws reaching out like talons, its jaws gaping wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. George stumbled, falling to the ground. The creature loomed over him, its shadow engulfing him in darkness. I raised my rifle, but it was too late. With a sickening crunch, the Wendigo's jaws clamped down on George's head, crushing his skull like an eggshell. Thomas grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the horrifying scene. "We have to go," he yelled, his voice filled with panic. We fled into the woods, the creature's enraged roars echoing behind us. Branches whipped at our faces, thorns tore at our clothes, but we didn't dare slow down. The Wendigo was faster, stronger, and it wouldn't stop until it had claimed us both. As we ran, I could hear the creature crashing through the undergrowth, its pursuit relentless. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees reaching out like skeletal fingers, the shadows twisting into monstrous shapes. I stumbled, my ankle twisting beneath me. Pain shot through my leg, and I fell to the ground. Thomas turned back, his face pale with fear. "Go," he yelled. "Leave me. Save yourself." I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't just leave him. But then the Wendigo burst through the trees, its eyes burning with a terrifying hunger. Thomas raised his rifle, firing a desperate shot that went wide. The creature lunged, its claws tearing into Thomas's flesh, its jaws snapping shut around his throat. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline masking the pain in my ankle. I ran, blindly, desperately, the screams of my friend echoing in my ears. The forest blurred around me, a nightmare landscape of twisted trees and shifting shadows. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the forest, the lights of the highway a distant beacon in the darkness. I collapsed on the roadside, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and terror. I had survived. But the memory of the Wendigo, its chilling shriek, and the gruesome deaths of my friends would haunt me forever. The Blackwood Beast still lurked in the shadows, a terrifying reminder of the darkness that lies hidden within the heart of the wilderness. The crisp autumn air whipped through the small town of North Creek, nestled deep within the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. A chill permeated the air, not just from the approaching winter, but from a deeper, more ancient cold that clung to the towering pines and whispered through the canyons. This was a place where shadows stretched long and deep, where ancient stories lingered in the mist, and where the veil between the real and the unreal felt thin. Jake, a young man with a thirst for the unknown and a fascination for the macabre, felt the pull of the mountains like a siren song. He'd spent countless nights scouring the dark corners of the internet, immersing himself in chilling tales of the Adirondacks, stories of strange lights, unexplained disappearances, and a creature of unimaginable horror known as the Night Gaunt. The Night Gaunt. The very name sent shivers down his spine and ignited a thrill within him. It was said to be a creature of pure darkness, a shadowy predator that stalked the deep woods, preying on those foolish enough to venture too far from the beaten path. Some dismissed it as mere folklore, a ghost story to scare children around campfires. But Jake believed. He'd seen the blurry photos, read the frantic forum posts, and felt the chilling truth in the whispered accounts of those who claimed to have encountered the creature and lived to tell the tale. One night, the Night Gaunt seeped into Jake's dreams. He saw its grotesque form, a swirling vortex of shadows with piercing eyes that burned like embers. He heard its chilling whispers, promising forbidden knowledge and a glimpse beyond the veil. When he awoke, the dream clung to him like cobwebs, leaving an undeniable sense of dread and a burning curiosity that he couldn't ignore. Driven by this ominous vision, Jake decided to venture into the heart of the Adirondacks, determined to uncover the truth behind the legend of the Night Gaunt. He knew it was a dangerous pursuit, a gamble with his sanity and perhaps his life. But the allure of the unknown, the thrill of confronting the darkness, was too strong to resist. He reached out to his friends, Brandon, a tech-savvy skeptic with a knack for finding information, Ryan, a fearless thrill-seeker always up for a challenge, and Jeff, a quiet observer with an uncanny sense of intuition. Each of them had their reasons for joining Jake, drawn by a mix of curiosity, loyalty, and perhaps a touch of morbid fascination. Together, they packed their gear, fueled by adrenaline and a shared sense of anticipation. As they set off into the depths of the Adirondacks, they had no idea of the horrors that awaited them, the secrets that would be revealed, and the darkness that would forever change their lives. The drive into the Adirondacks was a journey into a world untouched by time. Jake and his friends left the paved roads behind, venturing onto narrow dirt tracks that sneaked through dense forests of towering pines and gnarled oaks. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with unseen life. As they delved deeper, the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the distant caw of a crow. A sense of isolation settled over them, a feeling of being utterly alone in a vast and ancient wilderness. Jake, navigating with a worn map and a compass, led them off the marked trails, following a route he pieced together from cryptic online forums and local legends. He was determined to find the heart of the Night Gaunt's territory, the place where the creature was said to hold sway. Brandon, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concerns. "Are you sure about this, Jake? This is way off the grid. If something happens, no one will even know where to look for us." "Relax, Brandon," Jake replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's the whole point, isn't it? To get away from the crowds, to experience something real. Ryan, ever the adventurer, grinned. Besides, a little danger never hurt anyone. Right, Jeff. Jeff, who had been unusually quiet, simply nodded, his gaze fixed on the deepening shadows of the forest. He had a nagging feeling that they were stepping into something far more profound than they could have imagined. As they pressed on, the forest seemed to close in around them, the trees growing denser and the shadows growing longer. The sunlight faded, replaced by an eerie twilight that made it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. Suddenly, Ryan stopped, his eyes widening. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. They all listened intently. A faint sound echoed through the trees, a soft, guttural whisper that seemed to come from all directions at once. It was a sound that sent chills down their spines, a sound that spoke of something ancient and malevolent. "What was that?" Brandon asked, his voice trembling slightly. Jake felt a surge of adrenaline. This was it. This was the first sign that they were entering the domain of the night gaunt. "I don't know," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I think we're about to find out." The journal's ominous message hung heavy in the air, casting a pall over the already eerie atmosphere of the cabin. Jake, his heart pounding in his chest, cautiously picked up the journal, his fingers tracing the worn leather cover. He opened it carefully, the pages brittle with age. The journal belonged to a man named Thomas Blackwood, a hiker who had vanished in the Adirondacks some 20 years earlier. The entries chronicled his descent into madness, his growing obsession with the night gaunt, and his terrifying encounters with the creature. Jake read aloud, his voice trembling slightly. "The night gaunt is not a creature of flesh and blood. It is something older, something other. It exists in the shadows, in the spaces between our reality and the nightmares that haunt our sleep. It feeds on fear, on despair, on the very essence of our souls." Brandon, his skepticism wavering, peered over Jake's shoulder. "This is crazy," he muttered. This guy was clearly delusional. "Or maybe he saw something we haven't," Ryan said, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. Jeff remained silent, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the fireplace. He felt a growing sense of unease, a premonition that Blackwood's fate awaited them as well. As Jake continued to read, the journal revealed more about the night gaunt's nature. It was a shapeshifter, able to take on any form it desired, to mimic the voices of loved ones, to exploit the deepest fears of its victims. It could manipulate the environment, bending reality to its will, creating illusions that drove people to madness. The journal also contained chilling sketches of the night gaunt, grotesque figures with elongated limbs, distorted faces, and eyes that burned with an unholy light. The images were crude, but they conveyed a sense of otherworldly horror that sent shivers down their spines. As the night deepened, the storm outside raged, and the wind howled like a tormented spirit. The group huddled around the fireplace, the journal's revelations fueling their fear and paranoia. They began to question every shadow, every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind. The journal's final entry, scrawled in a frantic hand, sent a wave of terror through them. "It has found me. The night gaunt. It is here. In the cabin. It wears my face. It speaks with my voice. It. The entry ended abruptly, leaving them with a chilling sense of foreboding. They were not alone in the cabin. The night god was watching them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The journal's final words echoed in their minds, amplifying the fear that already gripped them. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling like a banshee, the rain battering against the cabin walls like an angry mob. Inside, the fire flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to take on monstrous shapes. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tense silence. It was Ryan. They spun around, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Ryan stood frozen in the corner, his eyes white with terror, his finger pointing towards the doorway. "There," he gasped, his voice trembling. "I saw it." The night gaunt. They swung their flashlights towards the doorway, but saw nothing. "There's no one there, Ryan," Brandon said, his voice strained. "It's just your imagination." But Ryan remained paralyzed with fear, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for an unseen predator. "No," he insisted, his voice barely a whisper. "It was there. I saw it. It had my mother's face." A chill ran down Jake's spine. The night gaunt was playing tricks on them, preying on their deepest fears, exploiting their vulnerabilities. Jeff, who had been unusually quiet, stepped forward. "Ryan," he said calmly, "come sit by the fire. You're just shaken up." As Ryan hesitantly moved towards the fireplace, a floorboard creaked in the hallway. They all spun around, their hearts pounding in their chests. A shadow flickered in the darkness, a fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt. Before anyone could react, a figure emerged from the hallway. It was Brandon. But something was wrong. His eyes were vacant, his face pale and drawn. He moved with an unnatural stiffness, his limbs twitching like a marionette. "Brandon?" Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are you okay?" Brandon didn't respond. He just kept moving towards them, his footsteps slow and deliberate. "Something's not right," Jeff said, his voice low and urgent. "Get back." They scrambled backwards, their fear rising. Brandon lunged at Ryan, his hands outstretched like claws. Ryan cried out, trying to fend him off, but Brandon was too strong. He tackled Ryan to the ground, his fingers digging into Ryan's throat. Jake and Jeff rushed forward, trying to pull Brandon off Ryan, but he was like a wild animal, his strength amplified by an unseen force. Ryan's struggles grew weaker, his eyes bulging, his face turning blue. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, Jake grabbed a fire iron from beside the fireplace and brought it down on Brandon's head. Brandon's grip loosened, and he slumped to the floor, unconscious. Ryan lay gasping for air, his eyes white with terror. He coughed, his voice hoarse. It wasn't Brandon," he wheezed. It was the night gaunt." They stared at Brandon's unconscious form, their hearts pounding in their chests. The night gaunt had taken control of their friend, using him as a weapon against them. They were no longer safe, even amongst themselves. The creature was toying with them, picking them off one by one. And they were next. The cabin, once a potential refuge, now felt like a suffocating trap. The attack on Ryan had shattered any remaining sense of safety, leaving Jake and Jeff in a state of raw terror. They knew they couldn't stay there, not with the night gaunt lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike again. With a shared sense of urgency, they gathered their remaining gear and fled into the storm. The wind whipped at their faces, the rain stinging their eyes, but they didn't dare slow down. They had to get away from the cabin, away from the creature that had already claimed one of their friends. As they plunged deeper into the woods, the storm intensified, the trees swaying violently, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. The darkness was absolute, their flashlights barely penetrating the thick fog that had rolled in. They stumbled over roots and rocks, their breaths ragged, their hearts pounding in their chests. The night gaunt was toying with them, Jake realized. It was herding them deeper into the woods, leading them further astray. He could feel its presence all around them, a suffocating weight that pressed down on their minds, their senses. Suddenly, Jeff cried out. He had tripped and fallen, his ankle twisting beneath him. Jake rushed to his side, his flashlight illuminating Jeff's pained expression. I can't walk, Jeff gasped, his voice tight with pain. Jake knelt beside him, his mind racing. They couldn't stay there, exposed and vulnerable. But they couldn't leave Jeff behind either. We have to keep moving, Jake said, his voice urgent. Can you put any weight on it? Jeff tried to stand, but his ankle buckled beneath him. He cried out in pain. It's no use, he said, his voice filled with despair. I'm done for. Jake's heart sank. He couldn't leave Jeff behind, but he knew they couldn't stay there either. The night gaunt was closing in, he could feel it. Just then, a sound pierced the darkness, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the forest. Jake's blood ran cold. The night gaunt was near. We have to go, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Now! He hoisted Jeff onto his back, ignoring Jeff's protests. They stumbled forward, their progress slow and painful. The growls grew louder, closer. The forest seemed to shift and distort around them, the trees bending and twisting into grotesque shapes. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, as if it might give way at any moment. Jake's mind reeled. He was losing his grip on reality, succumbing to the night gaunt's influence. He could hear whispers in the wind, voices calling his name, promising him escape, offering him oblivion. He stumbled, his vision blurring. He could no longer tell which way was forward, which way was back. They were lost, trapped in a labyrinth of fear and despair, with the night gaunt closing in for the kill. The forest had become a swirling vortex of shadows and whispers, the line between reality and nightmare blurring beyond recognition. Jake, burdened by Jeff's weight and his own growing terror, stumbled through the undergrowth, his senses overwhelmed. The whispers intensified, morphing into familiar voices, his mother's soothing tones, Brandon's sarcastic jabs, Ryan's excited laughter. They called to him, promising safety, urging him to surrender, to let go of his fear. But Jake knew these were the tricks of the night gaunt, its insidious whispers designed to lure him deeper into its grasp. He gritted his teeth, fighting against the seductive voices, clinging to the fading embers of his sanity. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in an unnatural light. In the center stood a figure, tall and gaunt, its form shifting and swirling like smoke. It was the night gaunt. Jeff, his voice hoarse with fear, whispered, "Jake, put me down. Go. Save yourself." Jake hesitated. He couldn't leave Jeff to the mercy of the creature. But he knew that neither of them would survive if he stayed. The night gaunt beckoned, its voice a chilling echo of his own thoughts. "Join us, Jake. Become one with the shadows. Embrace the darkness." Jake felt his resolve crumbling. The creature's words resonated with a deep-seated longing within him, a desire to escape the pain and fear that had consumed him. But then, he remembered Ryan's terrified face, Brandon's vacant eyes, the chilling words in Blackwood's journal. He couldn't give in. He had to fight. With a surge of adrenaline, he turned and fled, ignoring Jeff's pleas. He plunged back into the woods, the night gaunt's chilling laughter echoing behind him. The forest seemed to twist and turn, the trees becoming a maze of gnarled branches and thorny vines. Jake ran blindly, his lungs burning, his legs aching. He could hear the night gaunt closing in, its footsteps silent but relentless. He stumbled, falling to his knees. He looked up, his heart pounding in his chest. The night gaunt stood before him, its form now solidified, its features contorted into a mask of pure horror. It reached out, its long, skeletal fingers grasping for him. Jake closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the touch never came. He opened his eyes cautiously. The night gaunt was gone. He was alone. He staggered to his feet, his body trembling, his mind reeling. He had escaped the creature's grasp, but he knew the ordeal was far from over. The night gaunt was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. He had to find a way to survive the night, to escape the clutches of the creature, and to warn others about the horrors that lurked in the heart of the Adirondacks. The crevice slammed shut behind Jake, plunging him back into the suffocating darkness. He lay there for a moment, his chest heaving, his mind reeling from the horrifying sight of the night gaunt's true form. But the creature's echoing roar spurred him back into action. He couldn't afford to rest, not while still trapped in its lair. He remembered Jeff, his injured friend left behind in the creature's clutches. Guilt and fear warred within him. He had to go back to rescue Jeff, but the image of the pulsating mass of flesh and tentacles filled him with dread. With a heavy heart, Jake hoisted Jeff back onto his shoulders. Jeff moaned softly, his body limp against Jake's back. The added weight was almost unbearable, but Jake gritted his teeth and pushed onward. He wouldn't leave his friend to die. The tunnel he found himself in was narrow and claustrophobic, the rough stone walls pressing in on him from both sides. The air was thick with the stench of decay and damp earth, making each breath a struggle. He stumbled blindly through the darkness, his flashlight beam barely illuminating the path ahead. The silence was broken only by the sound of his own ragged breathing and Jeff's occasional moans. He felt a growing sense of despair. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning in a disorienting maze. He had no idea where he was going, no sense of whether he was moving towards escape or deeper into the creature's lair. He thought of the obsidian heart, the source of the Nikon's power. If he could find it, perhaps he could destroy it, free the trapped souls, and end the creature's reign of terror. But the memory of its grotesque form filled him with dread. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber, the air thick with a stifling heat. A faint, reddish glow emanated from the far end of the chamber, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on his eyes. Jake cautiously moved forward, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. As he approached the source of the light, he realized with a growing sense of horror that it was emanating from a pool of bubbling, viscous liquid, its surface shimmering with an oily sheen. He recognized the stench that wafted from the pool, the same metallic scent he had noticed in the abandoned cabin. It was the smell of blood, of decay, of death. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his stomach churning at the sight of the gruesome pool. He had to get out of there, to find another way out, before the creature sensed his presence. But as he turned to leave, a chilling sound echoed through the chamber, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the pool itself. The night gaunt was near. The growl reverberated through the chamber, the sound vibrating through Jake's very bones. The pool of blood before him rippled, its surface churning as the creature stirred within. Jake's heart hammered against his ribs, his breath catching in his throat. He knew he couldn't stay there, couldn't face the creature in this confined space. He had to find another way out, another tunnel, anything to put distance between himself and the monstrous entity. He turned, his flashlight beam frantically searching the walls for another opening, another escape route. But there was nothing, only smooth, unforgiving rock. The growls intensified, closer now, accompanied by a sickening sloshing sound as the creature moved within the pool. Jake felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the stench of blood and decay overwhelming his senses. He staggered back, his back pressing against the cold, damp wall. He closed his eyes, his mind conjuring images of the creature's grotesque form, the writhing tentacles, the gaping maws. He could almost feel their slimy touch on his skin. Then, he heard it, a scraping sound, like claws on stone, coming from behind him. He whipped around, his flashlight beam illuminating a section of the wall that seemed to shimmer and distort. He realized with a surge of desperate hope that it wasn't a wall at all, but an illusion, a trick of the creature's making. He lunged forward, his hands outstretched, and pushed against the shimmering surface. It gave way beneath his touch, revealing another tunnel, dark and narrow. He squeezed through the opening, the rough stone scraping against his skin. He didn't hesitate, didn't look back. He just ran. The tunnel sloped upwards, the air growing cooler and fresher with each step. Jake could hear the creature's enraged roars echoing behind him, its pursuit relentless. He scrambled over loose rocks, his lungs burning, his legs aching. He could feel the creature's presence closing in, its shadow looming over him. He burst out of the tunnel into another chamber, this one larger and more open. A faint light filtered down from a crack in the ceiling, revealing a chaotic landscape of jagged rocks and crumbling pillars. He didn't stop, didn't slow down. He could still hear the creature's pursuit, its heavy footsteps reverberating through the chamber. He spotted a narrow ledge leading upwards, a precarious path that clung to the edge of a chasm. He didn't hesitate. He leaped onto the ledge, his heart pounding in his chest. The ledge was narrow and treacherous, the rock crumbling beneath his feet. He clung to the wall, his fingers digging into the rough surface. He could feel the chasm yawning beneath him, the darkness beckoning. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the sliver of light above. He had to reach it, had to escape the clutches of the creature and return to the world above. With a final surge of adrenaline, he pulled himself up onto the ledge, his body trembling with exhaustion. He collapsed onto the solid ground, his chest heaving, his mind reeling. He had escaped the Night-Gaunt's lair. But he knew the creature wouldn't give up easily. It would continue to haunt the Adirondacks, preying on those who dared to venture into its domain. He had to warn others, to tell them about the horrors that lurked in the shadows, to prevent them from suffering the same fate as his friends. The wind howls through the towering pines, a mournful cry that sends shivers down my spine. I'm Ryan, a park ranger stationed at this remote cabin, and today, something feels off. Dead off. Usually, this time of year, the fall, tourists flock to witness the spectacle of nature's vibrant colors. Laughter and chatter should echo through the trees, but today, an eerie silence hangs in the air. It's as if the whole world is holding its breath. I patrol the trails, my boots crunching on the fallen leaves, my eyes scanning the surroundings. But there's no sign of life, no human presence at all. Even my radio is dead, unable to reach headquarters. A cold dread creeps over me, and it's not just a chill in the air. It's a primal fear, a sense of unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. A silence that screams. I quicken my pace, a knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. Sweat prickles my skin despite the biting cold. What the hell is going on? I mutter to myself. My ranger instincts scream that something is wrong, terribly wrong. I grab the radio again, frantically turning the dial, but it's no use. The silence is absolute, like being cut off from the world. Damn it. The darkness deepens, swallowing the forest whole. Twisted branches claw at the fading light, like skeletal fingers reaching for me. The chirping of crickets intensifies, a chorus of tiny voices that only amplifies the eerie silence. I decide to head back to the cabin. Maybe I can get a signal on the satellite phone. But my mind conjures up images of gruesome crime scenes from news reports, and a shiver runs down my spine. Don't be ridiculous, Ryan, I tell myself. This is a national park, not a horror movie. But the feeling of dread persists, a cold hand gripping my heart. I push myself to move faster, desperate to reach the cabin before the darkness consumes me too. A flicker in the darkness. I burst through the cabin door, gasping for breath, my heart pounding like a drum. The warm glow of the fireplace is a welcome sight, pushing back the oppressive darkness. I snatch up the satellite phone and dial, but my hopes are dashed. The line is dead. No signal, I groan, frustration mixing with fear. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door jolts me. I freeze, every nerve on high alert. Who would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the deepest part of the woods. My hand instinctively reaches for the gun holstered at my hip. I approach the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. What I see makes my blood run cold. Two figures stand huddled on the porch, drenched and shivering. A young woman with blonde hair, her face pale and drawn, clings to a tall man with a look of desperation in his eyes. "Help us," the man shouts, his voice hoarse. "We're lost." I hesitate, my hand still on the gun. But their desperate pleas outweigh my suspicion, and I slowly open the door. "Come in," I say, my voice gruff. "It's freezing out there." The woman practically falls into the cabin, followed closely by the man. They collapse onto the sofa, shivering uncontrollably. "Thank you," the man says, his voice trembling. "I'm David, and this is Emma, my girlfriend. We've been lost since this afternoon. We're so relieved to find this place." "I'm Ryan, the park ranger," I reply, my eyes still wary. "What happened? How did you get lost?" David explains that they were on a road trip, but their GPS led them down a poorly marked shortcut. Their car broke down, and they lost cell service. "We followed the trail, hoping to find help," Emma adds, her voice weak. "We saw the light from the cabin and thought we'd try our luck." I feel a pang of sympathy for them. "You can stay here for the night," I offer. "I'll contact the rescue team in the morning. The phone lines are down right now." I find them blankets and prepare a simple meal. They devour the food, their hunger evident. As they eat, I can't help but notice a strange scar on David's arm and the way Emma's eyes dart around nervously. My unease returns. Who are these people? I wonder. And what are they hiding? The fire crackles in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The warmth does little to quell the unease churning in my gut. I watch Emma and David sleeping on the sofa, their faces peaceful in the flickering firelight. But something about their stillness, the way their eyelids flutter, sets my teeth on edge. That strange scar on David's arm, it's not a typical wound. It looks more like a bite or a deep scratch from some kind of animal. Maybe even a human. A terrible thought takes root in my mind. What if they're not who they say they are? Driven by a growing suspicion, I rise and head to the storage room where we keep lost and found items. I find David's backpack and rummage through it. My blood turns to ice when I see what's hidden beneath his clothes. A large hunting knife, stained with dried blood. Beside it, a wallet, a driver's license, and several credit cards. But the name on the ID isn't David. "They lied," I whisper, my voice catching in my throat. Panic grips me. I shove everything back into the backpack and return to my seat by the fire. My mind races, trying to make sense of the horrifying discovery. Who are they? What are they doing here? And whose blood is on that knife? The questions swirl in my head, unanswered and ominous. I'm trapped in a nightmare, the kind where you can't wake up, no matter how hard you scream. I sit frozen, my mind a whirlwind of terrifying possibilities. Are they killers? I think, my pulse quickening. or just car thieves. But the blood on that knife, it speaks of something far more sinister. It whispers of violence, of a darkness that chills me to the bone. I glance back at Emma and David. They're still fast asleep, their faces deceptively innocent. But beneath that facade, I see a glimpse of something monstrous. I have to do something. I have to get out of here. The satellite phone. I grab it again, my hand shaking as I dial. It rings, but no one answers. Damn it. Desperate, I decide to risk going outside, hoping for a better signal. But as I open the door, a floorboard creaks behind me, and a voice cuts through the silence. Leaving so soon, Ryan? Emma stands in the doorway, the bloody knife glinting in her hand. Emma. I stammer, my voice caught in my throat. David emerges from the shadows, his expression cold and emotionless. Looks like you've discovered our little secret, he says, his voice a low growl. I back away, my heart pounding in my chest. Who are you? Who here isn't important, Emma sneers. What is important is that you're about to die. Before I can react, David lunges at me, a fist aimed at my face. I duck just in time and grab a vase from the mantelpiece, smashing it over his head. David stumbles but doesn't go down. He roars in anger and charges again. I scramble back, retreating into the kitchen, where I grab a butcher knife from the counter. Emma is right behind him. She slashes at me with the haunting knife, the blade whistling past my ear. I raise my arm to block, but the sharp edge slices through my flesh, leaving a deep gash. Blood spurts, hot and sticky. The pain is blinding, but I can't stop. I have to fight. I swing the butcher knife, forcing David back. Emma cries out as the blade catches her leg. I seize the opportunity, shoving David aside and sprinting out of the kitchen. The chase is on. I race up the stairs, hoping to find a place to hide, but David is faster. He grabs my ankle, yanking me down. I tumble down the steps, my head cracking against the hardwood floor. The world spins as David and Emma close in, their faces contorted with rage. Get him. David snarls. Emma, grimacing through the pain in her leg, glares at me with pure hatred. David drags me toward a door I hadn't noticed before, a cellar door. He throws me down the steep steps with a brutal shove. I crash onto the cold concrete floor, the impact sending shockwaves of pain through my body. I try to get up, but the door slams shut, the lock clicking ominously. Let me out. I yell, pounding on the thick wood. Shut up. Emma's voice echoes down from above. Just die quietly. I slump against the damp wall, despair washing over me. The cellar is pitch black, the air thick with the stench of mildew and decay. I fumble in my pockets for my flashlight, but it's gone. Damn it. Fear replaces despair, a cold fist squeezing my heart. From above, I hear Emma and David's laughter, cruel and chilling. It's the sound of predators toying with their prey. I have to get out of here. I have to find a way to escape this tomb. The darkness is absolute, but I have no choice but to navigate by touch. My hands scrape against rough stone as I stumble through the narrow passage, searching for an escape route. There has to be a way out, I think, desperation clawing at me. My fingers brush against something cold and metallic, a window. I frantically fumble for the latch and shove. The rusty hinges groan in protest, the sound deafening in the oppressive silence. "Who's down there?" David's voice booms from above. I don't have time to hesitate. I heave myself through the small window, tumbling onto the damp grass outside. My ankle twists beneath me, sending a jolt of pain through my leg. I ignore it, scrambling to my feet and running. David's footsteps pound behind me. "Stop. You can't escape." I push myself harder, my lungs burning, branches whipping at my face. I can hear David crashing through the undergrowth, getting closer. But I can't give up now. I have to survive. I stumble out of the woods, my body battered and bruised, and collapse onto the asphalt of the highway. Headlights pierce the darkness, but instead of flagging down the approaching car, I scramble back into the shadows. Can't trust anyone, I think, paranoia gripping me. The faces of Emma and David haunt my every thought. I run until I can run no more, my legs giving out beneath me. I fall to the ground, gasping for air, staring up at the inky black sky. Just when I think all hope is lost, I hear it, the distant wail of sirens. Red and blue lights flash through the trees, cutting through the darkness. A police car and an ambulance skid to a halt beside me. Sheriff Robert rushes over, his face etched with concern. "Ryan, are you all right?" I manage a weak nod, tears streaming down my face. "Emma and David." I stammer, my voice hoarse. "They." "Don't worry, son," Sheriff Roberts says, his voice firm. "We got 'em. They're wanted for a string of murders across the state." Relief washes over me, so intense it almost makes me dizzy. The nightmare is finally over. The whispers started as soon as we entered Oak Haven. Old Man Hemlock at the gas station, eyes like faded denim, warned us about the old shrine up on Blackwood Mountain. Mrs. Gable, who ran the general store with its jars of pickled eggs and dusty shelves, gave us a toothless grin and said, "Best stay clear of those woods after dark, youngsters." But Asher, ever the adventurer, just grinned. Sounds like a challenge to me. It was Friday night, and the three of us, Asher, Willow, and me, Hunter, had driven hours to reach this forgotten corner of the Appalachians. We were seniors in high school, itching for one last adventure before graduation. The legend of the vengeful spirit and the forgotten shrine had drawn us in like moths to a flickering flame. We set up camp as dusk settled, the towering pines casting long shadows across the clearing. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We built a crackling fire, the flames dancing against the encroaching darkness. We roasted marshmallows, the sugary sweetness sticking to our fingers, and swapped stories of past escapades, our laughter echoing through the trees. But as the night deepened and the flames dwindled, our conversation took a darker turn. We spoke of local legends, of ghost stories whispered around campfires, of the vengeful spirits said to haunt the old shrine. "That's the place we need to see," Asher declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Willow, always the cautious one, shivered. "But what about the warnings? There's something evil in those woods." "Just stories," Asher scoffed, throwing another log on the fire. "Come on, it'll be an adventure." The moon hung high overhead, casting an eerie glow as we ventured into the woods. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees loomed closer, their branches intertwining overhead like skeletal fingers. An unnatural silence descended, broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath our feet and the frantic hammering of my own heart. "I don't like this," Willow whispered, her voice trembling. "We should go back." But Asher pressed on, his determination unwavering. Finally, we emerged into a small clearing. Before us stood the shrine, a decaying relic of a forgotten time. Its wooden pillars were shrouded in moss, the intricate carvings barely visible beneath years of decay. Time seemed to stand still in this desolate place. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing our flashlights and plunging us into darkness. A cold dread gripped me. "This is bad," Willow cried. "Let's get out of here." But Asher, captivated by the shrine, stepped closer. "Look at this," he exclaimed, reaching out to touch a weathered carving. At that moment, the ground beneath us shuddered. The trees groaned and swayed, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. A voice, low and menacing, echoed through the darkness. "Leave this place," it growled. "You would disturb my rest." Terror seized us. The voice seemed to penetrate our very bones, chilling us to the core. "Run!" Willow screamed, grabbing my arm. We scrambled back, stumbling through the undergrowth, the ghostly voice echoing behind us. Panic lent speed to our feet. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the woods and back into the moonlit clearing where our campsite lay. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling. My mind reeled, struggling to process the horror we had just experienced. "What was that?" Asher whispered, his face pale. "I never want to go near that place again," Willow murmured, her voice shaking. As we packed up our gear and fled Oakhaven, the memory of that night clung to us like a shroud. The vengeful spirit of the old shrine had left its mark, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks in the forgotten corners of the world. I don't mean they'd leave for a party or a night out. No, they vanish, gone without a trace by sunset, leaving me alone in the cabin. I'd search for them, call their names, but they were always gone, like they'd never existed. It wasn't something we ever talked about. The next morning, they'd be back, acting as if nothing had happened, like it was just another night. But it wasn't. I knew that. I learned that the hard way. It all started when I was 6 years old. I remember that first Halloween vividly. It was the first time my parents had brought me to their secluded cabin deep in the woods. I was dressed as a witch, excited to explore the forest and maybe even spot a real-life goblin. But just as the sun dipped below the towering pines, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing, I noticed the cabin felt different, colder, quieter. too quiet. I ran through the narrow hallways, calling for my mom and dad, but no one answered. Panic clawed at my throat. I thought maybe they were hiding, playing a Halloween prank, but after what felt like hours of searching, I realized they were truly gone. The heavy oak door was bolted shut, the windows were sealed tight, and I was utterly alone. That's when I found the first note. It was on the rough-hewn kitchen table, written in my mom's familiar handwriting. It simply said, "Rule 1, stay in your room. Do not come out until sunrise. Whatever you hear, ignore it." Confusion and fear battled within me. I didn't want to stay in my room. I wanted to find my parents. But something about the note, the urgency in its simple words, made me obey. I grabbed my teddy bear and a flashlight, locked myself in the small bedroom with its faded floral wallpaper, and crawled under the covers. That night, sleep was a distant dream. The old cabin groaned and creaked, the wind whistling through the gaps in the window panes like a mournful spirit. I heard strange sounds scratching at the door, footsteps padding across the floorboards, whispers that slithered through the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my head under the pillow, but the sounds only seemed to grow louder. The next morning, when I cautiously opened my door, my parents were back. They were sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee and chatting as if nothing had happened. I rushed to them, tears streaming down my face, and asked them where they'd gone, what had happened. They just smiled and said I must have had a nightmare. That was the beginning. Every Halloween after that was the same. We'd arrive at the cabin, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and as soon as twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and orange, my parents would vanish. Each year, the notes became more specific, more ominous. Rule 2, don't look out the windows. Rule 3, don't respond if someone calls your name. And the noises, they grew more terrifying. One year, I met a park ranger while exploring the woods near the cabin. He was a gruff but kind man, with weathered features and eyes that held a hint of sadness. He warned me about staying out too late, about the dangers that lurked in the shadows after dark. He spoke of strange occurrences in these woods, of people disappearing without a trace. I brushed off his warnings, thinking he was just trying to scare a curious child. But his words lingered in my mind, adding another layer of fear to the already unsettling atmosphere of the cabin. Another Halloween, when I was 9, the sounds outside my room became unbearable. There were knocks on the door, not gentle taps, but loud, insistent bangs that rattled the old wood. I covered my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, but I couldn't block it out. A voice, my mother's voice, called my name. "Ellie, it's okay. You can come out now." She sounded so calm, so reassuring. For a fleeting moment, I almost believed it was her. But Rule 3 echoed in my mind, don't respond if someone calls your name. So I didn't. I stayed huddled under the covers, tears soaking my pillow, until the knocking stopped and the voice faded into the night. The years passed, and the game continued. It became a twisted Halloween ritual. While other kids dressed up and went trick-or-treating, I remained locked in my room, a prisoner in my own fear, listening to the cabin come alive with unseen horrors. But when I turned 13, the game changed. that year, the note was different. It simply said, Rule 4, there's something new in the house tonight. Be careful. A wave of terror washed over me. Something new? What did that mean? I barricaded the door with a chair, my heart pounding like a drum. The noises started earlier than usual, the familiar creaks and groans, the scratching at the walls. But then, there was something else breathing. A low, guttural rasp that seemed to slither under the door, filling the room with its foul stench. The breathing moved away, replaced by a soft, childlike giggle that chilled me to the bone. It wasn't me. It wasn't my parents. Something else was in the cabin. Something new. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the house, followed by the splintering of wood. Whatever was out there was breaking in. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the wall, my eyes frantically searching the room for an escape. Then, I saw it. A shadow, elongated and grotesque, slithered across the ceiling, its clawed hand reaching down towards me. I screamed, covering my face with my hands. But just as the creature reached me, the first rays of dawn pierced through the window. The shadow recoiled, hissing like a viper, and vanished into the gloom. I didn't move until the sun was high in the sky, casting warm rays across the floorboards. When I finally ventured out of the room, the cabin was eerily silent, as if nothing had happened. My parents were back, sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee and smiling. I stumbled towards them, my voice trembling as I recounted the horrors of the night. They exchanged a knowing glance, then my father chuckled. "Just a bad dream, Ellie," he said, patting my head. "It was all in your imagination." But I knew better. The fear, the sounds, the shadow, they were real. And the most terrifying part was that my parents didn't believe me, or perhaps they pretended not to. Now, years later, I still haven't returned to the cabin. The memories of those Halloweens continue to haunt me, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the veil of reality. And I often wonder, what truly happened to my parents on those nights? What secrets did the cabin hold? And what was the creature that shared those long, terrifying nights with me?